Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex and I will be... Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex. Copy. Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex and I will be your naturalist on our waterholes in Djuma, Mshathu and Okakujo. Joining us today is Trishala and BK in Amakhala and Rolf in Kariega. Please don't forget that this is also a live and immersive experience, and we love to hear your questions, comments, or anything else that you'd like to chat about. So please don't forget to send those through. We'd love to answer anything you guys would like to know. As you can see, we have a busy start to the morning here in Mshathu. Lovely elephant herd that's just joined us, as well as those ostriches that are just off to the right of us. These ellies did just push off a little herd of impala. There was also a little warthog in that back wallow over there where those last ellies are on the left hand side. I think you can just make it out at the moment, but it does seem to be that the ellies are coming through. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be around here for the next while. Hopefully they do start to get into the water, but it might actually be a bit too cold at the moment, or a bit mild. So we'll wait and see, but definitely throughout the day. They were swimming yesterday, so we can expect that this will happen today as well. So we're just going to watch these guys for a moment. Just see how they go about getting to that fresh water source that's obviously right there where they're all congregating right now. Quite a big breeding herd that's around. Lots of little young ones. Of course, a few odd trumpets as well. Of course, that isn't the only way that elephants communicate. But that's probably one of the more audible communication sounds, at least that we will see or hear. So just as we start the day, I think it's important we run over what could be the weather scenario for our day. Currently it's quite mild up in Mshathu. It's around 20 degrees, but it'll probably get up into the mid-30s here at least. There aren't any clouds, and it does look to be that it is not windy. So we can expect it to be a rather warm day. This means we should have quite a bit of action here on the waterhole. I was fortunate enough yesterday to see the crocodile. It did come through in the afternoon. And I was also talking about not having seen baboon yet, but they also came through in the afternoon. So it's weird how when you talk about something and then all of a sudden later on, that is what happens. The baboon came through and they actually hang around for most of the afternoon. So I'm hoping they do come through at some point today, because we haven't had the opportunity to see them or even speak about baboon just yet. And there are quite a few in the area. But as we continue with the weather, it is probably going to be quite cold and windy in the Eastern Cape. Amakhala is currently 16 degrees and Kariega is 13 degrees. Once again, up in Okakujo, it is around 19 degrees, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get up to about the same temperatures as here, so we can expect the mid-30s at least. And again, quite a lot of activity at that waterhole. But in Djuma, it is currently 23 degrees and there is a bit of cloud cover. But I know that it has been very hot up there recently, and we can expect that cloud cover to probably burn off. So there should be a bit more action there as well as we progress throughout our escape to nature. Can also just see the quelea coming through the frame right now. Lots and lots of them as well. I'm pretty sure they will also be hanging around quite a bit. If it's hot, they'll definitely need to either bird bath or have a drink at some point. But they do congregate a little bit more to the right of us. There is an overhanging bit of vegetation, and they all seem to kind of enjoy that space at least. So at some point we will have a look. Morning, Billy. Yes, it's awesome to escape with Ellies, specifically early on in the morning, or early for most. So it's great just to sit here and just see what they get up to and actually how relaxed they are. But there's a bull that's come through. Looks to be quite old. You can see by its temporal glands, at least from here, they are quite indented. But some of the Ellies here in Mshathu aren't the biggest, decent body size that is. They are a lot bigger individuals in other areas. But as we were saying, that Mshathu is the land of the giants, and they do hold the world's highest population of elephants in a private reserve, up to about 700 individuals. It's a massive amount of Ellies to have in one area. We're very fortunate about that. It's one of the last strongholds of Ellies, at least African savanna Ellies in the world. Can see those impala trying to get in the back there, and we have been noting that that little wallowing hole over there has been growing in size over the last few days. So we always keep tabs on how big it actually gets once the Ellies get in, and of course the warthog also wallow there. So it's always interesting just to note how much bigger it does get as it gets hotter and as we come towards the end of the dry season. Unfortunately, yesterday we didn't have the hyena around. There were 2 hyena around the other day, and they were also swimming and wallowing. But maybe that'll change today. I mean, it might be dependent on how many Ellies decide to come through. It might mean that a lot of other animals kind of hang back, because Ellies hold hierarchy with regards to who is first to drink at waterholes, and they can be quite pushy with other species that do come through. Sometimes mostly just posturing and throwing their weight around.
In celebration of World Animal Day, we have a very special AMA planned. Explorers can join us for the biggest Ask Me Anything session to date. And it's all about animals. Submit your animal questions to wildearth.tv/questions so that we can answer you. See you there.
So as the majority of that breeding herd seems to have pushed off a little bit more to the left of us, we can see that those warthog are coming back down to the wallow. They are drinking a little bit first. I do think that the presence of that bull around there will kind of put them off, at least for now. We can hear the breeding herd just to the left of us. It does sound like they're pushing off into the bush again. But these two are hanging around, so we're just going to leave ourselves here with them. Kind of get a gauge to see whether these warthog do decide to come in, and if that is the case, we will have a better view of them. We are waiting for the ostrich as well. Looked like that bull was tempted to cross over there, but not to be. I'm going to try and see if we can actually see what is going on here on the left of us, because it does sound like there's a bit more action. And they will actually be quite close to the camera, so might actually be a better view. But as I pan across to see what happened to our breeding herd of elephants, it's probably a good time to say good morning to Trishala and see what's happening in Amakhala.
Ooh, from all those lovely big elephants down here to Amakhala, where we have a Bokmakeri. Yes, because I'm going to pronounce it correctly. Marcel in Mission Control and MC told me how to say it correctly because I'm not very good with Afrikaans names. It's me, Trishala, not an Afrikaans name, and BK, who's my cameraman this morning. Yes, it is the morning, and we're very excited because I've wanted to see a Bokmakeri since I've been here because I know that they occur in this area, and they're also they also very colorful. I just got a message from Ralph said I've got to lean into the keri part of it. Well, Bokmakeri. Is that better, Ralph? I hope so. It's such a stunning bird. So beautiful. It's still got its breakfast in its mouth. We saw it walking across the road in front of us, where it had obviously caught this insect. It loves to eat invertebrates. And for many birds that eat insects, particularly flying ones, hunting near the road is the perfect place because there's a lot of traffic, whether it's humans, whether it's animals, but particularly vehicles that flush out insects, and also makes it quite easy for them to see insects because they can't, if they're on the ground, the birds are on the ground and the insects are flying above the road, it's quite easy against the blue sky to be able to catch them, as opposed to having bits of bush or grass or shrubbery or whatever in your way. So this one has caught something on the road and now has taken it to a lovely perch where it is still deciding whether it's going to eat it on its own. Maybe it wants some side dish with it. Or maybe it's looking for a view. Oh, Jamie, you say you love his coloring? It really is beautiful. I quite like that it's very striking. So it doesn't, it's well defined, like the black on the chest kind of keeps the yellow separate from the greeny yellow below on the belly. And I think it's really pretty, really striking. So both males and females are colored in this way. So it's difficult to tell which one this is, but I automatically called it a he. So those types of colors, particularly that really bright yellow, has to be acquired from either the diet of this bird, and we know that they eat invertebrates, so there's few invertebrates that are going to give it enough yellow pigment to produce that color, unless they themselves are eating something yellow, and then the bird eventually gets it. Oh, down you go. How lovely. But it's probably a result of a different class called porphyrins. But regardless of the chemistry of how it gets the colors, you're right, Jamie, it really is beautiful, striking. I love that color. So black. Let's try and figure out what it's got in its mouth. Do I see hints of wings? BK, do you see wings? Or maybe it's just wormy. Yes, I think it's just a good old-fashioned worm. Another striking thing about these colors, can I also just say that this is a really long bird sighting. Normally they fly away by now. I mean, normally they fly away by the time I get a live. You just get to see it fly away. So I'm really just appreciating the fact that this bird is hung around and that we all get to watch it and appreciate its colors together. So when it was kind of staring at us, and you could see the black marks coming from the eye across the face and then linking up down to that breast band. When I was looking at that and it was looking straight at us, it reminded me of another interesting thing related to color with birds, and that's that birds can perceive UV color, so ultraviolet color. That's something that we can't perceive. Those wavelengths are not available, or they're still there, but our eyes are not picking up on those wavelengths, and we're definitely not making use of them in our day-to-day lives. But birds do. So birds have this additional color cone. Besides the blue, the green, the red, they've got one for detecting UV light. And so when it looks at us like this, oh, come on, look at us, look at us. It looked as if it shook its head and said, "No, T'Challa." But so how we see it right now is not necessarily how other birds will see this bukmakiri. Leaned into the kiri. And they would perceive other little subtleties about the color, particularly the patterns and the contrast between the black, the yellow, the greeny gray. And I kind of love that the way that we see it and we appreciate its beauty can actually be quite different from the way another animal sees it. There we go. I think we've gotten its attention. I hope it's because I said its name so well. Now, why isn't it eating its worm yet? I can only think of one reason, really. Or perhaps two reasons. It's not feeling comfortable. Maybe there's... Oh. And off it goes. So maybe it wasn't feeling comfortable with that tree, because sometimes, especially when you want to eat, you need to feel particularly comfortable, because it is a vulnerable position to be in, because the last thing you want is to swallow your worm and now suddenly you get a shock from, I don't know, a boom slung in a tree, and then you're like, so you want to be able to be comfortable and be safe when you're going to eat. The other reason is that maybe that worm is slightly poisonous in some way. Maybe it's a caterpillar and it's got to rub off the little spines in it, and it hasn't had the opportunity to do that yet. So that's probably why, or the only two reasons I can think of why it hasn't eaten its worm yet. Anyway, it's now flown off, and we're going to take off too. First, though, before we take off, I will tell you our plans for today. I think BK and I pretty much have a similar plan every day. This is my favorite plan in the bush, is to just go see what's out there. And sometimes the bush just like brings you stuff, and I quite like that. I see the most interesting little things. Oh, and there were so many spiders at the lodge last night. I saved lives last night. There was a golden baboon spider, and then there was what looked like some kind of wolf spider. So obviously big, hairy spiders. And I was a hero. Made me feel good. Okay, let us move on slowly so that I don't bump you all off of your seats at home. Actually, instead of knocking you over at home, let me send you over to Alex, who's at Mashatu.
Thanks, Trishala, and great to hear that you had saved that golden baboon spider. They're obviously quite endangered here in South Africa, and they are protected species as well. But as I said, we are also trying to get our baboons here as well. Not the spiders, but the baboons. So hopefully at some point today we will get them. But what's quite interesting is that these ostriches are holding off. They aren't really too interested to come down to the water. And it's probably because ostriches can actually survive up to about 2 weeks without water. So they do have the ability to raise their body temperatures up, and this does help them conserve water as well. So it does limit the water loss that they do have, or that might have, just by doing that as well. But they also separate their urine from their feces, and this is also an ability that helps them to conserve water as well. So they might not come down and drink, but they might, just because the water is prevalent. It doesn't mean to say that they won't take water in that 2-week span. If it is around, they will take it, but they do have the ability to withstand not drinking for about 2 weeks. So as we can see, well, I mean, we're not the closest to them right now, but the giraffe has come down, and I have been mentioning over the last few days that we are keeping a mammal count, and we are on 4 at the moment, at least for today, and the last 2 days we hit 12, so we're a third of the way there. And I'm hoping that we continue to hit our numbers, because it was a slower start, at least when we first started on Friday. So 4 out of 12 currently, and let's see what we can do in terms of matching that. And you can see also on the right hand side over there a flock of quelea that have come through. They are drinking right now, so it's fantastic to see that, also just because of the patterns they do make, and it's quite dazzling as well. Lots of little birds coming in and out and fluttering about like that. So very, very large flock that is down here at the moment, but they do congregate in large numbers here in Mashatu. And in the evenings or early mornings you do see them performing their synchronized flying antics as well, and it's really something not to be missed. It's definitely a bucket list item for a twitcher. We're just going to sit here and watch these quelea as they come through and move about like that. If I can, I will try and zoom in, but I do think that the frame currently right now is at least behaving. And I was told it's possibly playing up because I did call elephant heffalumps yesterday, so I've learnt my lesson. I won't do that today, just so that the controls come back and they start to play nicely with me again. So we can still see those ostriches aren't really moving. I think they're kind of taking advantage of the shade over there. But it does give us an opportunity to chat a little bit more about them. They are actually omnivorous. They don't only eat seeds, but they will take little roots, plants, seeds as well, as I've mentioned, lizards and insects. So obviously, like other birds, they don't have teeth, and what ostriches will do is that they will actually ingest rocks as well, just to help break down and digest that food. So it's also just, that helps to obviously assist with their digestion. So they also have 3 stomachs. So very interesting to find out that ostriches obviously have 3 stomachs, and they do have quite long intestines as well because of that. So these are just a number of the adaptations that they have taken on or evolved with to be able to digest their food correctly. It does look like a giraffe is going to come and drink, so we're going to try and get some better footage of that. So I know a number of our other naturalists have also brought up many facts and great information around giraffes. Obviously, they do have 7 vertebrae like us in our necks. However, their vertebra is about 1 foot in length, so it's very, very big. But interesting to note that they do have the 7 vertebrae like us. Such a long neck. Interesting that it is only 7 vertebrae. And our warthog are there as well. So they have started to get their wallow on. And the Kori bustard seems to be making its way closer towards us as well. So I was talking about it the other day. Obviously, Kori bustards don't have a preanal gland. So they don't actually secrete an oil when they are preening. What they do is they rather dust bath. And this is what actually helps them in that in their ability in terms of cleaning themselves. Another Jerry coming through. We had lots of giraffe action yesterday. Rolf in particular, he was watching a male and a female that did look like they were in the process of starting to breed. However, it's quite a long process. It sometimes doesn't happen for a few days. Awesome question, Dolph. So a giraffe's greatest enemy would definitely be the human. So us, however, in the savannas, it is the lion. But that doesn't mean to say that the calves aren't that vulnerable. They are very vulnerable, and particularly in the first year. So there are a lot of predators that do take giraffe out in that time. I in particular have seen lots of leopard take giraffe calves out. But they are also susceptible to hyena and to wild dog. But they do grow about double the size in that year. So if you consider they're around 6 foot when they're born, and then they double that size within a year. So but that first year, and probably within the first 10 days, that is when they are most vulnerable. And there are lots of predators that will go after them then. I think even a coalition of cheetah would take on a giraffe calf that size as well. So they would have about 5 predators then, and then obviously as they get bigger and they mature, it would more than likely only be lion that would go after them. But if there was an injured individual, I would assume that a pack of hyena would try and take that on, possibly even wild dog. But that might be more on the rare side. So no, the frame isn't frozen, but definitely the one individual closest to us is a lot bigger than the other. More than likely that is a mom and an older calf that is around there. So they do form loose associations. It's not to say that they won't congregate in big numbers, but in loose associations. So the numbers can differ quite substantially. And we've actually just got an example of a Kori bustard flying, the heaviest flying bird in the world, or at least in Africa. There is debate that the Arabic or the Asian bustard is the heaviest. And I was saying the other day that there are 2 subspecies of Kori bustard in Africa, the other being found far more north in East Africa, so northern Kenya into Somalia. And it is noted that those individuals are a bit heavier than here, but they are obviously outliers within the species. So it doesn't mean to say we wouldn't get one up to about 20 kgs here, and that would be a male. The males are bigger than females. But great example of seeing one of the heaviest flying birds, or the heaviest flying bird, actually take off and fly. Indeed, Octavia, there are quite a few of them here in Mshatu, and it does obviously differ in area as well, but there are lots of Kori bustard here in Mshatu, and it is in fact the national bird of Botswana as well. But we do also get them in South Africa as well. There are numbers of them in the Kruger, but it does depend on the area. So the vegetation, obviously the soil substrate, and that's what leads us to what vegetation's in an area, and that'll also dictate what animals are found there. And even birds too. So there are a number of them here, and you can actually get them in, I suppose, large numbers that congregate, up to about 40 sometimes, that have been recorded. But at least here we have actually been seeing around 3 that are quite common around this waterhole. But in Mshatu itself, there are lots of Kori bustard. Good place to see them. I was also mentioning that I am trying to keep a tally on the birds list. I have been a bit slack, just because we move locations quite a bit, and I might hear something calling, and I'm trying to debate whether that counts as an ID. Generally, if you are birding or twitching in the bush, you will also use bird calls as an ID to confirm that they are in the area. So bird lists and numbers do go up just because of calls as well. So if anyone wants to debate me on that, we are more than welcome to have a chat. So I'm trying to figure out whether we keep a list on just what we've seen in terms of the camera, but if I have heard something and I call it out, I'm considering putting that on the list too. So I'm still playing with the metric, but if you have any suggestions, please let me know, and we will try and keep track of those as well. But it looks like 2 of those male ostriches that were there are possibly showing off their blooming plumages together. And that might be because they are looking to figure out what hierarchy is going on between them and who actually has access to mating rights with the females. And those males will actually get up to about 140 kgs in weight. So that's a huge bird. Obviously the heaviest non-flying bird. And the males will actually get up to about 2.8 meters tall. What's very interesting also is that they might be the biggest non-flying bird or even bird in the world, but relatively their eggs are actually very small in size. So their eggs might be very big in comparison to other eggs, but if you look on a relative scale, the eggs are actually quite small. We can see there's 3 warthog that are basically right in front of us, and there's another little party still in the other wallow over there on the left hand side as well, so contributing to the size of that wallow. And we did also have some banded mongoose that came through the other day as well, and they were just to the left of the wallow, and they were just hanging around in the sand. It was fantastic to see. I hadn't seen any yet on the dam cams or on any other cam yet. Not to say that there aren't other mongoose around. There are definitely other species here as well. So there's the Selous, slender and dwarf, and possibly even white-tailed. I haven't seen a white-tailed in Mshatu yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. And also the Selous. So I have seen a Selous there, and they're actually quite rare. Then you don't actually, well, uncommon to see. They are nocturnal as well. Quite quite a tough one to see too, but is in the area. I suppose that's the beauty of being in different areas, is the different variety of things that might come through or you might see. Always something to keep in the back of the mind is to go and see different areas and make yourself acquainted with them as well, so that you do get access to seeing some of the smaller and more varied mammals that are found on the continent. Hi Bradley, that's an awesome question. So it's not that they are necessarily territorial, but they will kind of fight for breeding rights. And then obviously when it is breeding season, they do kind of separate into a little territory itself, but it doesn't mean to say that throughout the year you won't see them together. It's almost like a loose association. And what's also interesting is that the males actually do a lot more of the brooding than the females. They're far more protective over those egg clutches, but those egg clutches, only around 10% of them actually make it through. They're very susceptible to predators, as well as the young chicks as well. You can imagine what a tasty morsel a baby ostrich chick would be if you were a predator. Yeah, hopefully we are going to see these giraffe drink. They don't seem to be too phased about anything else. Obviously it's easier for them to have a drink now that the Ellies have pushed off too, so just nice to sit with them and actually see them relaxed and drinking for a change. As always, we always have the cacophony of birds around the Mashatu Dam. Lots of starlings. I did hear a crested barbet earlier, which I hadn't heard yet on any of the cams, which is quite rare to hear. Not here. They are quite prevalent in all the areas. Possibly not up in Okakuyo, but definitely here in Djuma. So you will notice as we start, and particularly in the morning, there are lots of little birds that flutter on past, and those are the quelea. The quelea are the most abundant bird species in the world, and they form large swarms and flocks, and they do nest along some of the dry river courses here, in particular in the crotons or the fever berries, and you see them in huge numbers, up to millions I would say. And the patterns that they create when they are flying around, and even when they're coming back to roost at night, is awesome. It's really something to watch and to even hear. You hear these millions of little wings fluttering past and almost like vibrates the air. Going to try and see if we can zoom in on these warthog that are wallowing over there. Just get us a better view. There we go. So that's actually just off where the hyena was sitting the other day, and you can see the Kori bustard under the shade there.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So we were just talking about the migratory birds coming through, and I in fact actually heard my first Piet Mevrouw or red-chested cuckoo this morning. So the birds are definitely on their way back. And I think that was actually a European beetle that just called. So good to know that they are coming back and back in the area. And they do migrate from different areas as well. So some from Europe and some a little bit more west. So almost like on the western side of the Middle East, Ukraine, that kind of area, they'll come down from there as well. The European beetle. They're very colorful birds. They're always great to see in summer too. A precursor obviously to the rains. And bountiful food and resources for everyone. But as you know, this is a live and immersive experience, as well as your immersive experience or safari into this. So please do send through any questions, comments, or conversations you'd like to have with us. We'd love to answer your questions or comment with you guys, or have any discussions that you might want to bring up with us. Great just to see these warthog wallowing like that and the giraffe coming through. But I'm going to zoom back out because there might have been something else that decided to join us this morning. It has been quite a busy start here at least, so also do want to keep our mammals list ticking over as well. Can just see that warthog shoveling through the mud though. So, not too sure why it's taking so long to come out. but we are trying. Can hear the guinea fowl coming through. Hi Dariel, no, I actually did see the crocodile swimming around yesterday, so I know we haven't seen him on the show for the last few days, but he was here and he was mulling around, but there's been a lot of elephant activity, so it might have made him relax a little bit, but I do think he might also be setting up an ambush at some point too, so we are waiting to see. But he did definitely swim around. He was all around the dam yesterday afternoon, so he actually even came up to as far as this left-hand side over here where the fresh water comes out. He was up to there and then back, but I didn't see exactly where he went. So I think he goes underneath the overhang on the right of us, vegetation overhangs, and he kind of just sits and waits there. The impala have mostly been on the left-hand side when they have been drinking, and here we go, perfect example of that. But in saying that, it is probably time for us to go and see what is happening up in Ukakuyo. It's been a good start to our morning, at least here in Mashatu. These rams look like they are pretty relaxed right now, so no croc to be seen just yet. So we will go and have a look up in Ukakuyo and see what's going on there this morning. Awesome. So as you can see, the game is starting to get a bit busier down here, or up here at least. Got some zebra and springbok at least, and some oryx, and I will try and see. It looks like some wildebeest as well, but I will obviously tell you what else is going on when I can make it out. But I am going to zoom in a little bit because I do think these zebra might come join us on the other side over there. So we're going to pan in and wait. We have had fantastic numbers of zebra in the last few days, so it'll be interesting to see if that continues. We did actually have two species of vulture here yesterday as well, so we had the white-backed and the cape. Cape being quite interesting to see, but we did note that the cape can also go up to about 750 kilometers from its roosting or colony site, and sometimes the dispersing subadults can go up to about 1,250 kilometers away, so just interesting to know how far and what distances vultures can cover. I'll try to get us a little bit closer. It's almost quite confusing when you watch the zebras come in like this and drink as well in the large numbers. So zebras obviously being the national animal of Botswana. Not Namibia, but Botswana at least. So we do get a few of them in Mashatu, but they do occur in higher numbers throughout Botswana as well. So more into the Kalahari, and obviously up in the Chobe and Savuti as well as the Okavango too. And we have some of our black-faced impala there too. So we are making good headway with regards to our mammal species list. I am not listing the different subspecies of impala or giraffe. We're just putting that down as one. Otherwise, we would have an extra two generally on most days. We have also had a number of ellie down here, and they kind of come through in the next, I suppose, maybe 90 minutes. We might start to see them here in Etosha. And there's been one bull in particular that actually doesn't have any hair on its tail that's been hanging around for the last 2 days. So it'll be interesting to see if he's around as well. Good to start to note some of the individuals that are coming through. Keep a tab on how they are going. You can hear the blacksmith lapwings, which we have on all of our locations. They do make quite a racket, and they do obviously dive bomb anything that does irritate them, and there's quite a bit to irritate them on most days. Haven't yet seen it though on the cams, but if we do, we will definitely try and make that a focus. And we've got a little grebe in front of us as well. So I'm just going to hang you. I did hear an acacia-pied barbet in the background. That was actually the most widely distributed barbets in southern Africa, at least. So you do see them in a number of different areas. So from the Eastern Cape, sometimes even in the Western Cape, obviously all the way up through the Bushveld and Savannah areas, up to Etosha as well. So we will hear and sometimes see them in Djuma, as well as in Mashatu, and obviously here in Okakuja we do hear them too. But you can see the characteristic black face on that impala, this being the more arid adapted subspecies of impala. Nice big horns on these two boys. Quite cool to see how far that springbok's actually gone into the water in front of the zebra as well. It's interesting to watch zebra drink. You see those lips kind of come out. It's almost like the beginning of a Fleming's grimace, but not. It's kind of sucking up that water, almost protruding their lips forward. It's like a puckering stance that they do create. I'll try and get a little bit closer up onto their faces just because it's quite interesting just to watch that anyway. And why not? You can almost see them sucking up that water there. So as you see the numbers of zebra just coming in and moving out, you can kind of see why it's quite confusing for a predator to single one out, in particular because they also only see in black and white. So if a lion was looking at them and they're mulling about, in particular in big numbers, it's very hard to make out an individual that you would want to pick out to possibly hunt. Clearly very thirsty. They probably traveled quite far this morning, or from the early hours of this morning to get here. Good to, I suppose, fill up on water and fuel for the day and then get back to a grazing site. So something has irritated them, so we're going to zoom back out, get a better view on what is actually happening and what's coming through to the waterhole this morning. But also cool to see the wildebeest too. It's also quite interesting is that I haven't yet seen the impala venture that far into the water, but we generally just see the springbok and the oryx get really deep, and obviously the ellies like to play as well, so they also get right in there. That's kind of the extent almost of where the zebra will get up to as well. I haven't I suppose the the wildebeest also kind of push around, but they don't really get that deep. So of the three that are around here, well, the three that do get pretty deep into the water, it's generally the springbok, oryx, and the elephant, at least that I've seen. And that's just on the live feed, but I have also seen the black rhino get very deep in here as well. And that's generally early hours in the morning and from the evening through night, and they congregate in large numbers around here, and it's well renowned, specifically at this waterhole, to see large numbers of black rhino, which is almost an anomaly because it is assumed that they are generally quite solitary, unless when bulls meet up with females and the female has a calf, but they are noted to congregate in large numbers, in particular in this reserve. So I'm just going to pan around here and just see what else might be coming through on the right hand side. But good numbers of springbok and zebra already. Quite a few wildebeest and oryx as well in the area too. Quite hard to make out anything just because of the substrate in the background. It looks like there might be a kudu coming down too. It does definitely look quite Martian. Hear a sunbird in the distance or in the background. That's probably a white-bellied. Does seem to be that is what is calling. A pretty high-pitched sound. Yeah, definitely sunbirds, and I'm assuming white-bellied sunbird as well. I will double check, but that definitely sounds like a white-bellied sunbird to me. See also the Cape Crow on the top there. Lots of Cape Crows and even Pie Crows around. So I am just checking distribution, but I'm about 100% correct that that is a white-bellied sunbird. It is calling. You can also hear Namakwa sandgrouse as well. If I hear it again, I will call it out. They also occur in this area in large numbers too. Yes, so confirmed with distribution, that is a white-bellied sunbird that we have heard in the background. And as I was saying, I did hear Namakwa sandgrouse. Morning, Belinda. And always great to figure out what areas might be in an area. And we would get lion, jackal, caracal, just because of the birds that are around here. And I would think cheetah, because Namibia has the highest number of cheetah in the world, at least per country. So I would assume that, but I haven't seen anything just yet. But definitely lion, and Natasha's actually renowned for having some of the biggest lions in Africa as well. I'm yet to see one in person, so I can't confirm that, but it is renowned for having some of the biggest. But it is recorded that actually, so in Djuma and in the lower, or in the Lowveld at least, in that area, the Sabi Sands and Kruger, Southern Africa, that is where the biggest lions in Africa are found. And the records of them actually confirm that, so the heaviest and biggest. And in terms of subspecies, the lions that we would find up here would be part of the Angolensis race, so Panthera leo angolensis, and the one in Djuma would be the Krugeri, or the Kalahari one, and those are the same types that we would find in Mshatu and through to Madikwe as well. So they run all the way across that subspecies at least, and that is renowned as the biggest, at least, or the highest or the heaviest lions are found in the Lowveld, and the biggest, at least by record. Some in Zambia have kind of got up to there, but the biggest definitely on record are in South Africa and from the Lowveld. So as we sit here and we watch the springbok drink and the rest of the other animals come through, hopefully we will get a lion at some point. But we can't promise that. It is time for us to link over to Tshala and see what antelope she has to show us.
Such exciting things going on. And a nice waterhole there with Alex and at Okakuyu. And now we are here in Amakhala with a sea of yellow tiny button flowers. And of course the blesbok and some eland to keep us company. This is the first time I've seen them in this section. But maybe it's just so nice and warm today. Well, warmish. You can hear that there's still a bit of a breeze. I want to be quiet because I want you to hear the clicking sound eland make when they walk. That's not the sound. That's a pied crow shouting in the background. Okay, when they start to walk, then I'll be quiet again. And something's gotten the blesbok's attention. Certainly, they're all staring in the same direction, but they seem to be generally a little bit, I wouldn't say skittish, but both yesterday and today when we were watching them, they were a bit uncertain. Little fights going on and things like that. So I wonder if there's a few females in estrus whose scent is throwing off some of them. I think let's just watch for a moment. They're really close together. The group of blesbok, they almost look like they're getting ready to attack something. But don't fear, blesbok, you are hanging out with the largest antelope, or second largest antelope in the world. The eland. Not that this eland would stand up for the blesbok at all, but at least it has the eyes and ears, the senses of the eland to hang around with. Help them stay nice and alert. I love seeing animals grazing on these flowers or eating. Oh, I'm not sure if that was frustration or I've got something on my foot. So, eland are, as you can see, there's one standing amongst the blesbok there, a huge, magnificent, beautiful antelope with this gorgeous dewlap, and huge bodies. And some really magnificent specimens are about a ton, so 1,000 kgs. Males obviously weighing more than females. Females only up to about maybe 500 kgs, usually a little bit less, 4.5. That didn't make sense. 450. I said 4.5. 450 kgs. And I really, really love their color. They look so smooth, and there's this tinge of kind of blue underneath them, especially around the neck and that long dewlap. You might have heard that elands, despite their size, incredible jumpers just from standing. So a lot of antelope are great jumpers. Kudu can jump really high, so can springbok and impala. But eland, for their weight and the fact that they can jump, say, about 3 meters high from standing, so they don't have to take a run up, anything like that. Although I'd love to see an eland take a run up and then vault over a fence, and I'm sure that they do quite often. It must be difficult to keep them on farms and reserves. So if an animal wants to get out, they will. And with the eland, they have the skill to be able to jump from a standing position 3 meters into the air. So you can see at the moment that everybody's got their head down. Well, besides the ones that are walking through there. But eland are not specifically grazers. In fact, they're mixed feeders. So they're going to take a little bit of grass. They're going to get some of these wonderful flowers. They're going to also browse. And that's very beneficial, because it means that when there's a shortage of one type of resource, they can switch over to another dietary resource. I also really like when they trot about and then their dewlap swings from side to side. So peaceful, this whole scene. Besides the pied crow that's obviously upset about something. So let's be quiet for a moment or 2 or 3. See if we can hear that clicking sound that is usually associated with elands as they move through, particularly large bulls. I heard it the other day, and I'm hoping that we'll hear it now as they walk. Not hearing any clicking, but it's usually associated with large bulls. So maybe a little later, or maybe one of the really big ones start moving, we'll hear it.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life, as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your name.
These three, I think, are very serious about just chomping down on what they've got in front of them instead of taking on the nomadic style of the two that herded the blessbok away. Now, the direction that the rest were going into was where I normally see the eland and the blessbok. So maybe they're returning to their normal spot. But if I were them, I'd also be here where all the flowers are. I walked through these flowers, well, not these specific, not this patch, but a patch of these flowers elsewhere. It was near the hippos, actually, the other day. And my shoes were completely, well, okay, not fully yellow, but they were yellow all over from the pollen that were landing on my shoes. I felt quite much like a fairy, yes. It made me feel good. And now I'm thinking about what the faces of the many animals that are taking advantage of the abundance of flowers, what their faces will look like. Oh, Love Earth. You'd like to know what causes the clicking sound? That is an excellent question. So actually we don't know what causes the clicking sound. So we're talking about the clicking sound that emanates from large eland bulls as they walk. We're not sure what causes it, and not even sure exactly where it comes from, but it appears to be from either the knees or the hooves. And so what the theory is, sorry BK, if you could just come to me for one moment so I can explain. It's better visually if I could explain. So there's the hooves like this, right? So when the eland is putting down weight on the hooves, the theory is that the hooves do this, and then it takes a step and then snaps back, because there's two toes there, right? So it's the sound of it snapping back. That's what we think the clicking is. But it appears that they may also be used in some sort of communication, but we don't really know how, what, or whether it even is the hoof theory that is the correct one. So still so much work to do, but that's why it's so interesting to watch them, right? And to talk about these things. Thank you for that question. And it may also explain why it only happens with very large bulls. Like in this group of eland here, I'm not hearing it, even though there is quite a large individual amongst them, but certainly not the largest I've seen. There's so many things that we don't know, and I love that. It's the more you know, there's so much that you don't know, and I actually love being at that stage. And I don't think you ever get to a stage where you feel like you know it enough, because as soon as you feel you do know enough, then you start to learn just enough to know that you don't know as much as you thought that you did, and then you want to learn some more. So it's just this ever-growing feat. Anyway, that was a beautiful question. That was a wonderful question. So, and it's those types of things that I love to chat about. So if you have any more questions and comments, remember that we're live and interactive. I'm here in Amakhala Game Reserve, and I'm out and about, taking you on safari. It's letting you escape into nature. So send us your questions and comments. I'd love to hear from you. I think I know where they're going to move to, so we can catch up with them around the corner. This is also the area that we saw, a little bit further along is the area where we saw the jackals yesterday. 4 jackals. It'd be nice to spend some time with them too. Well, off they've gone. I don't know, BK, can you still see them? And they've gone. They're going to... Oh, they're crossing on that side. But let's go closer to the... I mean, it's not a very, very quick round the corner drive, but it is quickish. I really do love these flowers. I'm gonna head towards them again, see what other antelope are hanging out there, and I'm gonna send you over to Alex at Mashatu, see what he's got.
So we have lots of ellies coming back down. And it's always great just to see them as they push on through into the water source over here, into the dam. There's that one obviously spraying itself with mud, and this guy closest to us has also just done that. It looks to be a little breeding herd, a little family coming through as well, and we have some giraffe. And I was actually watching the ostrich zooming around in the back like they were the other day. So the two males that are competing, just chasing each other around. So we possibly will get that again just now. It looks like another warthog under the tree there, as well as the Kori bustard. So very busy again. And then parley in the background too. So we're just going to keep an eye out and see what's happening. Watch these ellies as they spray themselves with mud and enlarge that wallow that is getting bigger and bigger by the day. I really am hoping to show you guys some of these guys actually in the water at some point today. So holding thumbs. But I think this will be the theme, at least for the next while. We will have ellies coming through like this on the regular. Drinking, spraying mud on themselves, and then dust bathing afterwards. But it's always cool just to watch the different interactions that go on, because some of these ellies might not have seen each other for a while, maybe even heard each other for a while. So we will notice different interactions going on as different ellies come through, and obviously as they recognize each other as well. Lots of calves around. Not the youngest of calves, but definitely young calves around. Probably between, say, 2.5 to 3 years, some of the smaller ones. Those giraffe also look quite thirsty, so they might be coming through as well at some point. I think it's good just to sit here and just see what they get up to, though, at least for now. It's always fun watching any animal being active, and these ellies are definitely active, and we might see some playing going on as well, but are currently blocked, at least a little bit, by these guys that are right here at the fresh source. I'll try to take us in a bit closer, and we can just see how it is that they're going about it. They've actually been quite active, and none of them have really been resting so far today, but we do have another ellie also coming through, so pretty sure we're going to have, this is going to actually be our theme for the rest of the day. It's always interesting to note as well how the other animals will kind of go to the other side of the dam. They've kind of avoided the ellies as best as possible. So as we sit here and we leave our ellies to get down and dirty, it's time to go and see what interesting bird Trishala has found for us in Amakhala.
I have our director's favorite bird. It has just obviously moved behind a bush. It was a secretary bird. I'm hoping that it'll pop up again. But apparently not. Oh, we have a yellow mongoose though. Oh, yellow mongoose, be careful, there's a secretary bird around. Oh. That's gonna be a big fight if that comes to blows. Oh, yellow mongoose, be careful. I love yellow mongoose. Okay. I'm gonna sneak forward a little bit. Just bear with me, it'll be bumpy just for a minute. Not even. Okay, I see the secretary bird. When there's potential for a fight, it's always best to stay as far as you can while still being able to observe what's happening. Oh, no, yellow mongoose, what are you doing?
What is it?
It's just by this broken down dry branch. But it's the secretary bird is hidden by the bush. The thing is that secretary birds usually take invertebrates, and a yellow mongoose is pretty big for it, but doesn't mean it can't get into a fight with the secretary bird. Oh, man, this car. This feels very tense. I mean, a secretary bird will take small mammals too, but this is not as small a mammal as it would take. A yellow mongoose is, I think, about 400, 500 grams. When we talk about small mammals that a secretary bird could take, we're talking about like mice, bushveld gerbils, that kind of thing. Yellow mongoose, you're playing with fire. I don't know, guys, if you've ever seen a secretary bird beat something up. It is violent. It is intense. It's tense, guys. Stop moving towards the secretary bird. They're so close now. Be careful, you got both of them in shot. BK, stop that. BK is standing behind the camera saying punch, 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 punch. Oh, look, the mongoose just needed to get a better look at the secretary bird, figure out what it is, because it is a strange looking bird. The secretary bird is quite focused on something on the ground in front of it. It's not paying... Oh, yellow mongoose is gone. Well done. Whew, that was intense. I wish we were playing bingo now. I could have had eland, pressbok, secretary bird, yellow mongoose. Whew, that was intense. I think that we can relax now a little bit. So for the last 2 days we've been seeing that. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. A little bit awkward, but beautiful. Oh, don't land on that yellow mongoose. That's wonderful. Well done, BK. This is always difficult. BK does it well. You can see that it's gotten higher quite quickly, and it's starting to heat up quite a bit here. So it's probably gotten itself a bit of help from some rising warm air to create a little bit of a boost as it flaps its wings to create lift. So you can see it's not flapping constantly. It's flapping, and then gliding. And even when it's gliding upwards. And that's that rising warm air that's helping it to get up. Well, that was an interesting sighting. And I'm glad that everybody left unscathed. Particularly the yellow mongoose, which would have gotten the raw end of that deal. That secretary bird just... It's like it has a tantrum when it finds a prey item. A panic and a tantrum rolled into one explosive, violent, stomping party. Some beautiful sounds. Oh, the chicks. Hi, Tammy. You'd like to know if I have an update on the secretary bird chicks? I don't, and I haven't gotten to see the nest yet. But I do know that there is one around, and we will certainly pay it a visit. BK, how far is the nest from here?
Oh, from here?
Yeah.
Probably 30 kilometers.
30 kilometers.
3.
Oh, 3.
Yeah, 3
I was like, whoa, 30 kilometers. Okay, Tammy, let's go check out the nest today. Now that you mentioned it and that we saw the secretary bird, etc., let's check out the nest. And then I will have an update for you. How's that? A yellow mongoose has just come out again and was into the bush. No, he's gone into the bush, but it's as if he needed to just, see the secretary bird off. Okay. Okay, so let's move towards the nest then and have a look. There you can see how Eland and Blesbok were also waiting for the fight. Now they've moved behind the bush, and our yellow mongoose has just popped up again in front of the bush there. I love a sighting with a whole lot of different animals together. I love it. And then go and throw some flowers into that kind of sighting, and I'm done. This is beautiful. Yes, hello. Aren't you lovely? And you are very brave. The way it moves along is so bouncy. Tiny legs or short legs, and the long body tends to give animals that kind of gait where they bounce up and down. Oh, yes, and you can pop up and say hi to us. Oh, so great. Our Eland and our Blesbok have come back. Well, rather not come back, but moved enough so that we can see them. The sun is just... It's this really spring kind of sunshine. The one that just hugs you. Not the type that you get in summer where it hugs you so much that you start to get suffocated. Alex is a busy man. He's jumping from Mashatu to Djuma. Now he's in Okokoyo, so let's go see what he's got there.
Thanks, Trishala. And yes, fantastic scenes down there in Amakhala with the secretary bird and yellow mongoose. We don't have anything quite as exciting just yet, but it's always great to watch these oryx come in like this and get quite submerged. But it looks like quite a young oryx that's there as well, and this is actually the youngest I've seen so far, so great to just note the difference. It's actually got a bit of a kink in its horn as well, so I don't know why that is, being so young, but I mean, these things do happen and defects are not uncommon. But much like the ostrich that we were talking about earlier, the oryx also has the ability to raise their body heat, and in doing so that would also help in conserving water and moisture within it. They also do have specialized blood cells in their noses that help regulate and cool their brains, so that is also why they can withstand so much heat. They don't necessarily need to be grazing all the time. They do also feed and dig up tubers and roots. So even some of those melons that San are known for actually harvesting as well, and getting moisture out of, and as well as sustenance. These oryx will also find those and eat those too. And this is also how they will find moisture for themselves. So they don't necessarily have to have access to water all the time. They will rely on vegetation and their diet as well to supplement the moisture that they need. Good to see those bulls having a little go, and obviously that one on the left was no match for the one that just came in. So as we were just talking about some of the features of the oryx, it's obviously quite a feature, just their coloration and their markings. These will also obviously contribute to them being able to withstand such heat in these dry and arid areas. Those blacks and the whites on their faces and along their bodies as well will also help them with regards to regulating heat and with regards to circulating blood adequately around their bodies. That young springbok is making the most of its time in the dam. It's the deepest I've seen one go so far. But I suppose it is quite small too, so relativity is also something to keep an eye on as well. We're also talking about the differences between the males and the females, and we do have an example of that here. Those two there that are on the left-hand side, obviously the ones without horns are young and probably within the last season. But the two others with the very thin horns are females, and the one that's actually on the right of us drinking away from us is a male. And you can notice the difference just on the width of the horns and then how they are structured. But a little bit separated off the true gazelles, even though they are noted to be the smallest gazelle species that is found on the continent. Gazelles are also found within Asia and into India as well, so it is something just to note that they aren't only found on the African continent. But there you go, you can see the male's horns there and how much wider they are. Also at some point going to confirm that bird. I do think it might be one of the wood hoopoes, and there is a specific wood hoopoo that is around in the area, not like the common one we get here, the green-backed one within the Lowveld and in Mshatu. I think it is the violet-backed wood hoopoo that is there. So as I was saying, I am going to try and confirm that that is actually the violet-backed wood hoopoo. I think that is the correct name. I'm going to check, but I know that it is found in this area, and it would be one of the birding specials in this area. Not violet-back, but violet itself. And it does sound to me that that is exactly the bird that is calling. So not dissimilar to the green-backed wood hoopoo that we get, at least in the other cams. And obviously the difference will be in the iridescence. So green obviously being more green and the violet obviously being far more violet. But you would only obviously see that being a little bit closer, and obviously when the sun was shining in such a way that the iridescence actually shows up. So generally it has to be direct, but you can notice it in other times as well. So when it is overcast too, just the way that the light falls on the iridescence, that's when it generally shows. good just to always just sit and watch and listen. You always hear the braying of the zebra around, and we have noted that there are huge numbers of them congregating at the moment around here. It's good just to sit and be quiet and hear what's actually going on. But we have some kudu coming through, so it'll be great to see them. Add another mammal to our list. So we're currently on 8, at least with mostly just counting my feed or feeds. So we are on 8, so we're 4 off where we have been. I'm not sure if we'll get to 12 yet today, but who knows? We can't script the bush. It'll all happen in its own perfect timing. Nothing in the bush or in nature is imperfect, it's always perfect. Some lovely bulls coming through, so it'll be great to see all of them drinking. From what I can see at least, they look very, very big. It was quite imposing seeing those towering horns on so many bulls coming through. And again, obviously, kudu form loose associations, so it's not uncommon to see the bulls in a congregation like that. They will obviously fight for mating rights and for mating dominance, but it is not uncommon for them, when they are not breeding or rutting, to then form loose associations like that as well. But as beautiful as those horns are, they are sometimes quite an obstruction as well. So specifically in thicker areas, those horns actually get caught in the underbrush, or through the undergrowth at least as well. And a lot of times when males are caught by wild dog, at least, it is because they've actually chased them into the thickets and those horns have got stuck. And once those horns are stuck, it's almost near impossible, even with the strong neck that a kudu has, to kind of get themselves free. And lions will also use that tactic too, where they chase them into the thicker bush, and they actually have to put their heads back so that those horns don't actually catch, but it is quite often that they do. And unfortunately, there's a higher mortality rate with the bulls because of that. But I don't think that would be an issue really around here. Obviously, there is some thicker bush up to the top of us, as well as on the left. So it might be an issue more there, not in the open. But in thicker areas, it is definitely an obstacle for them, more of a hindrance. So it might be very beautiful, but not the most practical at times either. So in thicker areas as well, like Mashatu, this could very well be an issue. But nonetheless, very regal, very beautiful. They also do get caught when they fight, those horns as well. I actually saw some content the other day where someone had seen 2 bulls that had entangled themselves. There's a very famous statue in Skakuza that has 2 bulls that are fighting and the horns are interlocked as well. If anyone has seen that? It seems to be quite a big birding day down there in Amakhala with Trishala. So as these kudu bulls come through, I think it's time for us to go and see what else she's found in Amakhala.
It is a big birding day with Trishala in Amakhala. I was looking for another rhyming word, but then it just wouldn't happen. So, in fact, you can send through other words that you think rhyme with Trishala, because I'm always looking for them. Yes, I know masala does too, but I'm looking for other words. Trishala, Amakhala, masala, impala. That's it. That's what I've got so far. Well, here we are watching our ostrich family, and it looks like a pied crow wants to make friends with the little chicks. I always assume the best in animal interactions. The crow just flew over the ostrich's neck as it bent down. So you can see that they're quite wet. Well, the adults are quite wet. They've been sitting in this little dam. I mean, I would think so. That's where we saw them. We didn't see them sitting, but we saw them out of the dam. Guess they just need to cool down, those big bodies. Oh, but that wind chill must be awful. And they're eating the little flowers as well. Birds like crows will often move behind larger animals just because they flush out so many insects as they move. Now this ostrich is like, I'm gonna flush you out. I love this time of day. You know, during the day, in the morning and the evenings when the game drives are out, it can be quite busy, and it almost feels as if the animals know that it's that time. But in the middle of the day when we're with you during Escape to Nature, there's no other vehicles around really. And I feel like you have some really lovely sightings during this time. Everything feels very chilled out. The animals are really nice and relaxed. Not that I'm implying that they aren't otherwise. It's just that there is a little bit more pressure and there's a lot more vehicles around in general. Hi Vicky, you say you love watching these babies. Oh, I love watching them too. I think I see 5 of them. Yes, and they're getting quite excited. They tried to nip Dad's tail. I love how they just follow their parents around like they know exactly where they belong. Can you imagine those little things are gonna grow into this 80 kg bird, you know? It's just incredible. I'm just gonna move a little bit forward, see if we can follow this road. I almost did a very silly thing today. So there's this tree, Diosporus philo. Anyway, I'll get it for you in a moment. So they have these little edible fruits. They're quite closely related to a persimmon and to jackalberries. So I have these little edible fruits, and we've eaten them before, BK and I. Very tasty. And then I saw these guys on this larger tree, and I thought, wow, that's a very large Diosporus. So I picked these. Well, BK picked them for me. Then something was not right about them. And we picked a whole lot because we wanted to show you and maybe do a little demonstration, eat them. And they're totally not the fruit that we thought they were. Luckily, I dissected one before we ate it. Really not a good thing to do in the bush. Also, a huge clue: if there is a tree full of ripe fruit and nothing is eating it, should probably tell you that there's something not very right with it. Now we've caught up with our family again. Look at them taking it easy, strolling along. See what I mean about just how peaceful it feels. Must be such a pleasure to be able to graze in this kind of area. In an area like this, where there's so many lovely flowers and great vegetation, great short, juicy grass. And there are, oh, I was going to say vegetarian, herbivorous, there we go. So they're always after plant matter that they could just pull off the ground like that. I can hear a lovely bird calling, but I can't see it. So that would definitely help me identify it. I'm not very good with bird calls, especially not in a new area. Actually, I wonder if it's a rufous-naped lark. Now that I'm actually listening carefully, I'm going to take out my binos and see if I can have a good look around. So loud. These rufous-naped larks are quite loud, though we've been hearing them quite a bit. And I particularly like it when they do the wing beating, which I'm hoping this one will do. It's getting a response to its call. Quite far away. It's very faint. I wonder if you'll be able to hear it. I'm going to be quiet. completely forgot about that. That's great. Koala. We're talking about things that rhyme with Trishala, by the way. Koala. I mean, it's not direct rhyme, but I love it. Because I love koalas. There was something else attached to the end of it that I didn't get. Tamala? Guacamala. Oh, Guatemala. Guatemala. I was like, what is Guacamala? Trishala, Guatemala. Amakala, Impala, Koala. Oh, completely forgot about Guatemala. That's a good one. This Rufus Nate Clark is perched on a sweet thorn, which is probably the most common tree in this area. Vachellia carew. The thorns are huge. I'm not even sure they're called thorns. I think they might be spines. It all depends on where the spiny protrusion originates from. Whether it originates at the base of the leaf, or whether it is a modified leaf on its own. All those types of things determine whether it's called a thorn, a spine, or a spike, I think. Wow, leopard lover, what a question. You'd like to know how would the parents protect the chicks? I think we're talking about the ostriches here. From not just a predator, but a predator ambush. That's what leopard lover was asking. Shall I move a little bit ahead so we can get to those ostriches while we're talking about them? Ostriches are not to be trifled with. They can cause significant damage, not just to human beings, but to any predator. Their foot has 2 toes that have quite large nails or talons or claws on them, and they're very, very sharp. They can cut leather. There was a story about a man who was wearing a leather belt, and he was I think it was a leather belt, some leather front covering, and then he had a fight with an ostrich. How does a man end up having a fight with an ostrich? Not sure. But anyway, that happened, and then the ostrich had cut him down the front of his body and cut through the leather, cleanly through the leather. Luckily only scratching the man. But if the leather wasn't there, you know, he'd be in my biology class. So, here we go. So, leopard lover, that's a really great way to protect your youngsters, is to be able to have a weapon of some sort. And the weapon for an ostrich are their talons. Okay, we're hearing a very strange bird. I'm wondering if you can hear it too. It sort of sounds a little bit like a turkey. Can you hear it going? I don't know what it is, so I'm going to try and look for it with my binoculars. Leopard lover, to wrap up, they're going to protect them using their feet, but also remember that they can kick, and they can also swing their heads, and the chicks know to run to parents when the parents are around for protection, because they are unable to protect themselves. But also, the chicks' camouflage is helping them. This, what we call this hedgehog sort of feathering, is helping them to stay unnoticed. Okay, now I'm going to look for this turkey-sounding bird. Okay, that's a black crow. Could the crow have been making that sound? They can imitate. Yeah, it is him. Because it does sound familiar, and I've heard black crows do that before. Can you get him, BK? Because it's quite a sight when it's calling like that. Let's try and roll again. It's on a broken down tree there. Hang on, I have to roll carefully. It sounded like some kind of electronic turkey sound that was. Did you see him? Come on, come on. Yes. Okay, let me just start. Tell me when. Good. Do it again for us, Crow. I'm gonna be quiet so that. Huh? Okay, apparently we can't see it. We're gonna go back some more. Good. Oh, I can't see it anymore, so I'm hoping that you guys can. Wait, Vicky, let me just get on here.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's a really incredible sight to watch it do that. And those people that probably are quite familiar with crows and have lived around crows, no! I'm gonna take the blame for that. That was our fault. We were just faffing around. Did you hear that? That's what it sounds like. That's my impressive bird call of the day. I don't think we can see him, BK, unless you can. No. Okay. Okay, let's go back to our little babies then. We are having a bit of birding fun today, aren't we? And it all started with my professionally pronounced bokmakiri, as Ralph said I should do it. Lean on the makiri. Hi, Pat. That is an excellent question. Pat would like to know, what do ostriches use their wings for if they don't fly? I shall answer that. Okay, let's follow the road along just so we can get in front of them. Ostriches, so if you have a look at their wings, which we will, the adults have really long feathers on their wings, so it looks a lot bigger and more significant than they actually are. If we have a look at the wings on the little chicks, you will see just how stubby and somewhat useless they are. There we go. Sorry, I'm bumping. I'm making it a bumpy ride for you. Hello, mamas and papas again. Okay, so Pat, let's have a look at the wings on the chicks first. They're almost non-existent. And as they walk sometimes, I mean, they stop doing it now, but they'll push out their little stubby wings, or what once was their great big wings. And they're very, very small and stubby. So they have no use except that which is ornamental or intimidatory. So with the adults, you might see them lift up their wings to intimidate other animals, to intimidate other ostriches, to chase animals away. But what they're actually doing is flexing the muscles in that area. And so then that allows them to lift up those muscles and obviously the feathers on them. So apart from that, this kind of displaying, whether it's an aggressive display or intimidating display or one of courtship, apart from that, the wings don't really do much else. They can provide shade to the naked legs of an ostrich. They can provide shade to the chicks. But that's about it. There we go. Did you see that little lift? But you didn't actually see any flesh of wing. You saw a lift and then you saw the long veins of the feathers. The wings itself are quite reduced. Makes total sense because they are land birds and they have reduced, or they have no use for wings, and they have specialized in being large, being on the land. And so the need to biologically invest in wings is just unnecessary. Those are now some blesbok that are watching our little chickies go past. I really, really like blesbok. I think that they're quite curious and a little bit excitable, and I like that. Well, now they have moved, so we too shall move. Let's go here. I think animals are being very friendly when I see them together. Makes me feel like great animal friendships are about to be born. That blesbok just snorted at the ostrich. Earlier, when the ostriches were on the side of the road before I moved, you would have had a really nice look at the plumage of those babies, those chickies. So amazingly patterned. Oh, okay. Well, off go our ostrich, and now we have our blesbok, who are also deciding to move off. I really like these guys. They remind me of really small horses. Just something about their build. Oh, crows are going crazy behind us with their wobble call. That is what it sounds like. It sounds like they're having a wobble. So now we're just going to spend a little bit of time with the blessbok and then we'll move on because remember we wanted to go and see the secretary bird nest. Oh, Ella, you'd like to know if the little chicks get growing pains because they have to grow so much and very rapidly. I don't know, Ella. It's very difficult to tell whether an animal feels something. Yeah, it's very difficult to tell whether they feel something. So I don't know, Ella, if they feel growing pains, but I do know that they certainly do grow. And since they grow, maybe they feel something. Just like you, their muscles have to grow, and their bones have to grow, and all the other bits have to grow, and they grow quite quickly. Just like you, when you're at your age. You're growing a lot. You might be getting taller by the week, just like these ostriches. Growing pains is such a strange thing. I remember feeling, and I'll say it like this, growing pains. Oh, I realized that you couldn't see me when I took that. They were in inverted commas. Growing pains. Because there's no, there we go, growing pains. Never mind. I was thinking about Dr. Evil. So when I remember having those pains as a child. Gosh, I remember having those pains as a young adult. I stopped growing when I was about, when I say I stopped growing, what I actually mean is I stopped getting taller by the time I was about 14. That's when I attained my maximum height. And I mean, every now and then, like, a couple weeks ago, I felt I was taller than I was couple weeks before that, but I know now that it's all psychology. But growing pains in itself, so there's no evidence to suggest that growing hurts in any way. And it's most likely that growing pains are associated with overuse of muscles during those years of, almost exponential growth. So it could be related to there being quick growth and then overuse of the muscle when perhaps that growth had not, gotten enough practice. But there's no evidence to suggest that growth causes pain or is associated with pain in any way. But for you, Ella, all you've got to worry about is the fact that your muscles, your bones, they need to grow, and so do the ostriches. Both of you are growing, but I don't know if the ostriches are feeling growing pains. But now let me send you over to Alex and see what he's getting up to on the cams. I'm going to move on, head towards that secretary bird nest.
Thanks, Trishala. Interesting to think about whether ostriches do indeed feel growing pains. Probably not, though. I mean, Rolf was mentioning this the other day, that they actually have a brain the size of a pea. I'm not going to be saying anything because I got found out yesterday by being rude about elephants, and the controls didn't work for me afterwards. So those aren't my comments, universe. However, we are currently here in Djuma, and this cloud cover hasn't seemed to have burnt off just yet. I do think this afternoon it might. However, there are a few waterbuck here, and there is an Inyala bull that we were watching feeding just now. So I'm going to try and see if it pops out. There he is again. Just want to see where it goes. There it is. So it's kind of hanging around in these thickets, the Guaribos and the rest. It's kind of a nice little green patch there, and we were actually watching the elephants disappear into here yesterday. I'm hoping to get a better shot because there's some interesting stuff to talk about with regards to Inyala anyway. They are a very cool antelope. One of the oldest. And very closely related to bushbuck, kudu, eland, Setatunga. Those being the spiral-horned antelopes. However, they do actually compete quite a bit with bushbuck, so normally when they are in Inyala in an area, they kind of push the bushbuck away, just because they have a very similar diet. And obviously, with Inyala being up to 140 kgs, they do push the bushbuck away. So let me just zoom out because there actually is normally some females around as well. Just want to have a look and see if we can't find them. Otherwise, when he does pop out again, or if another pops out, we will chat about that. So you can hear it's very windy down there, so it's best to just keep our focal length back a bit so we don't have any issues with the camera being too unstable. And this is exactly where we had our elephant parties yesterday, there in the wallows. It's obviously not that hot today, so, or yet, it does look like those clouds are burning off. So it's probably going to be quite a warm afternoon. Unfortunately, that Inyala has pushed off. I'm going to try to keep my eyes out for it. Otherwise, we're going to have a look at Dewey. We haven't confirmed his calf yet, although it has been noted that he does have a girlfriend and there is a calf, and that Inyala's kind of going thicker and thicker into what looks like a drainage line on the top there, coming down. But as we know, we also have our Egyptian goose family as well that is around. We'll also try and keep up with them and see what they're up to. And otherwise, let's have a look and see what Dewey is up to. Seems to be submerged currently. That is probably him over there. Just gonna I think with this cooler weather we might see him being a bit more active. Yesterday was very hot, so he kind of was more submerged than normal, and I think that was mostly just to escape the heat. But there we go. There's Dewey, for those that wanted to see him. I know the directors were keen to see him, so it's good that we actually have him today, and another species for the list, so we are ticking along. I do think the wind's going to probably hamper our species list, at least here up in Djuma. It might change, because I do think the wind might push the clouds away as well, but it's definitely going to be burning off at some point too. Yes, it probably is a bit windy, but good to have sight and confirmation that Dewey is around. So I think it is possibly time to go and see what else is happening up in Ukukuyu. I can see it's quite a busy day there, and we do have lots to talk about. And hopefully that Inyala will pop up again later. We do have that Jacana back in the background there. But if we do get confirmation of the Inyala again, we will come back and we will chat a little bit about Inyalas as well. But time for us to head over to Ukukuyu. Far less windy here than it was in Djuma. Quite a large number of crows over there. Let's have a look. I was hoping to see those bulls earlier. We didn't get to see them. There's another bull that's kind of moving off with those cows as well, with those coolies, but we have a huge amount of springbok here right now, milling around, and they kind of have control of the waterhole right now. It's interesting to note that at different times we have bigger numbers of different species. Just zoom in a little bit and just see how they are going about this. Again, you can see lots of males, lots of females. And we can assume that coming up into the rainy season now, most of these ewes, springbok ewes, are going to be pregnant and be looking to lamb. It'll probably be towards the beginning of December, midway through December at least, once the rains have fallen and the vegetation starts to get greener and take over the landscape as well. So obviously that will help with regards to milk production, and obviously with the added nutrition that should also help the lambs grow. So it's amazing. It's almost quite confusing when you see the numbers of springbok like this congregating. So you can see them also just moving in, and those stripes that they have on their sides are also, I suppose, to some degree, some form of confusion as well. So when they are milling about like this, and they are milling about, you can see that it's kind of hard or tougher to pick out an individual too. So I definitely think it might be contributing factor to some degree with regards to them being able to have, I suppose, safety in numbers.
In celebration of World Animal Day, we have a very special AMA planned. Explorers can join us for the biggest Ask Me Anything session to date. And it's all about animals. Submit your animal questions to wildearth.tv/questions so that we can answer you. See you there.
So great to see these wildebeest coming through. We haven't had many of them in the last few days. This is actually quite a big herd. Obviously the brindle gnu. We were talking obviously about how deep the animals are willing to go in here, and that's obviously because there aren't any crocodiles. Even pythons around here that would be wanting to take something like that. Obviously pythons are also quite aquatic, and they also ambush out of water. There's nothing around here at the moment. Hi Zelda, no, they aren't related to buffaloes. They are obviously also part of Bovidae family, so initially where the taxonomy starts, but they aren't related directly to buffalo. So in Africa we get 2 buffalo. There's actually the forest buffalo as well, and they're far redder and smaller than the Cape buffalo that we have down here. Actually not in Natasha at least, but at least in Djuma and in Amakhala and Kariga, I think, if I stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure there are buffalo there too, and obviously in Madikwe as well, where we come to you live from there. And what's interesting about the buffalo, at least in Madikwe, is that they are some of the TB-free buffalo that we find. And in South Africa there's a TB-free line, and it actually happens almost west of Hoedspruit, so just west of Djuma. Buffalo that are found west of that line are generally TB-free, and that is where a lot of TB-free farming goes on. And those buffalo are noted to be far more expensive, and there are huge price tags that go on those buffalo just because they are TB free and because of the genes and that are then bred with them. So they can reach huge prices on auction, and there's quite a big industry that now has developed around that. But yes, the buffalo in Madikwe are TB free, and it is quite a cool thing that they at least have. It's also noted that obviously when buffalo are farmed, they have been noted to get a bit bigger than what we see in our game reserves, so like in the Kruger Park. So they can actually weigh up to about a ton. Generally, a buffalo in the park is around 800 kgs. But they also have some of the wider horn spans. So obviously, those bulls that are picking up big prices on auction or in the sales, their horns and the diameters of their horns are far bigger. Some very big bull buffalo that are out there. I've personally seen some of the biggest in the country, and I can confirm they are pretty impressive when you do see them. But some other interesting facts about buffalo is that in fact that their ribs are actually interlinked and joined, so there isn't much rib meat in between that. It's almost like a big armory. So on top of that big boss and the horns that they have, and obviously very strong necks, those ribs are interconnected and they kind of link together, so they are almost act like a big armor that is on it as well. Very strong, and obviously noted to be some of the more dangerous animals on foot. I have a very good friend that was, or actually 2 of them that have been hit by buffalo and have managed to tell the story and stay alive, although the one was in ICU for quite a long time, and the other actually was fortunate to come out unscathed. Both of those incidences happened up in the northern Kruger in Pafuri. Quite a thick area, and buffalo aren't your friends. Hi Olivia, yes they are. Antelope don't necessarily do that. They'll obviously preen each other and groom. And you actually see them, some of them actually have adapted themselves and then their teeth and that to do that. They obviously also have longer tails like the zebra and that, just for the flies. And we obviously have our wallowing animals, so elephants, warthog, rhino, and even buffalo that will also wallow, and that mud will also help to either suffocate or prevent the ticks from actually getting onto them. But you do notice that there are ticks on antelope, in particular in the softer areas, so almost in their like armpits, and obviously towards any of their underbellies and anywhere else that might be more soft. So giraffe also carry quite a few ticks as well, and they also obviously try and groom themselves as well with these, try and take them off. So as you are aware, this is a live and interactive experience as well as your safari or immersion into wildlife and the natural world. So please do send through any questions, comments, or if you have anything you'd like to chat to us about. We'd love to answer your questions. We'd love to chat to you about anything you might find interesting as well. So please do send those through. Even if you want to spark a debate with us or even get something interesting going as a topic, we're more than happy to chat about those things with you. Another few kudu coming through. And a nice big bull coming through as well. Quite wide set horns, as you can see, just coming in. And very long. It's what's quite interesting, at least what I've noticed, the bulls that we've seen here, their horns are very long. So it's always impressive to see kudus with very long horns like this. As I was saying earlier though, that they can actually be more of a hindrance than a help. Obviously they look very regal and beautiful with them, but they are detrimental to the bulls. There's a higher mortality rate with the bulls anyway, and that is because certain predators will actually target the bulls and chase them into the thicker thickets or thicker vegetation along the ravines and that. And they use it as a tactic so that the bulls actually get stuck and they have an easier meal. But obviously not an easy animal to take down otherwise. Their necks are very strong. To carry big horns like that, you actually have to have quite a strong neck too. And they obviously can run very fast. So it's not that they are weak individuals or animals. It's just that it is obviously an obstruction to them. So it's quite clear that this bull is on its fourth curl. But from what I've noticed at least, is most of the bulls in this area are actually almost on that fourth curl. So it could be that they are very mature, obviously about 7 to 8 years of age. And there isn't actually a set breeding period or time of the year where they breed. Kudu breed and give birth all times of the year. Obviously they will favor giving birth in the rainy season just because there's higher quality of food and more vegetation and that for them to browse on. But we did also notice that they were feeding on some green shoots and grazing the other day, so they are obviously mixed browsers and grazers as well, depending on the area. Here, most definitely browsers though. I'm just going to zoom in a little closer on these guys, just because we haven't had the opportunity to view them just yet. So I'm going to come out and just have a look and see what else might be coming to join us. Looks like the zebra have also started to pick up their numbers. It seems like it's I do love seeing just how the different antelope and plains game all do congregate and come through, and it's always fantastic just to get different numbers and have a sighting where there are so many different species at one time. Always sketches the zebra though. So it seems like the oryx numbers are also building up. I actually did just hear a mourning dove call as well, that very particular little that is made. That is always a mourning dove, so it's always quite a telltale sign. Actually quite cool to listen to as well. Getting a bit boisterous down here, it seems. Always good also just to pan across and to see what else might be coming through. But it does slowly look like our zebra numbers are picking up. Looks like a lot of the springbok are slowly starting to move off. And it's the zebra time to come in. So it's always interesting just to figure out at what time of the day everyone is coming through. Kudu kind of seem to be on their own timeline, but definitely the zebra and springbok kind of do have a familiar time that they are through, or where their numbers are building up as well when they do come through. Lots going on with the zebra there in the background. Is noted though that they obviously do fight, kick and bite each other quite a bit. So I was saying the zebra are also noted to be quite aggressive with each other, and even stallions are known to take out and kill other fawns that might not be theirs if they do take over a harem. But they do bite, kick and get quite aggressive with each other at times. I do think that it might also boil down to a pressure on resources, so food resources, as well as new stallions coming in and obviously trying to be dominant. So if there are younger foals around, a stallion will actually take out and kill the younger foals that might be present within a harem that he has just taken over. But one of the most endangered zebra, at least, the gravy zebra, they actually form a territory where it is only them, and they kind of wait for the harems of females to come into their territories or into their home ranges. So quite often that you do find the stallions of the gravy zebras by themselves, and the females are more nomadic and they move around and across. That is also the biggest zebra as well, but the most endangered. And you only get them up in Kenya, in very arid areas. But for me, it looks like one of the prettiest zebras. I'm yet to see one in person. I do plan on obviously going to see one. But yes, definitely an animal that is on my bucket list to see, a gravy zebra, along with the other mountain zebras that we get. But as I was saying also the other day, so the other mountain zebra that we would get in this reserve is the Hartmann's mountain zebra. And it's more on the western side in the more mountainous areas of Etosha. And obviously we have shown you in Amakhala the Cape mountain zebra. A little bit different to the plains. They obviously have a bit more of a dewlap. They are a little bit smaller in size, and they do congregate in smaller numbers or in smaller harems. And I would assume up here, just being a bit drier, the Hartmann zebra would be in smaller numbers than the Cape mountain zebras as well. But I will do a bit of reading up on that, and I will give you some further information on those zebras as well as time goes on. But yes, so the Hartmann zebra are also limited to Namibia and the more mountainous areas in Namibia as well. So mountainous and western side of Etosha, and it has been opened up to tourists now, otherwise you would be in a private camp. So the accessibility has increased, and your chances of seeing that zebra have obviously got better. I wonder what is spooking everyone. Just gonna have a pan around and just have a look. Something has definitely riled the antelope and the zebra. Nice to see quite a big herd of impala coming through. One of the bigger ones we've seen so far. And again, when we do get the opportunity, I will try and get in close, although I know it's probably not the best, but just to note the black faces on these impala. You can kind of see it on this ram that's walking there on the right of us. Just go across. So there you go. You can kind of make out what is the difference and how you can tell the difference in the two impala. These being the black-faced. You can just see that dark line on its nose and up to its forehead, and it almost is linked. That is the telltale sign, obviously, of this impala. Hi, Yasmin. So they can swim to some degree. It obviously depends on where we are. So we do have aquatic antelope, so antelope that will spend more time in the water. That would be waterbuck, lechwe, puku, and setatunga, even bongo as well, I suppose, up more in the rainforest. And those antelope definitely will swim around. And obviously when they cross in certain areas, so in the Okavango Delta, across the different channels in that, they will have to swim. And I'm sure if you have ever seen the crossings in the Masai Mara, the gazelle and impala and that, and obviously wildebeest, they have to swim, and zebra too, I suppose, to some degree, although they're not antelope. They have to swim across and embrace the waters with those huge crocodiles. So they definitely can swim, although here they aren't. They are walking and wading through. But I hope that does answer your question. You can hear that white-bellied sunbird again. Although I haven't heard it yet, I do know that there is another parrot and a different parrot that's in the area. It's quite similar to the mayor's parrot that we would find in Mashatu. You even get the mayor's parrots through into the Kruger, but they're only found up north. Parrot that we would get here, I do need to confirm, but I'm pretty sure it is in this area, is the Rupel's parrot. I just want to check on its distribution. I know that it is found in Namibia, and I'm pretty sure it is found here as well. Yes, there are areas of Etosha where you would see a Rupel's parrot as well. So another bird that's on my list that I'd love to see. I love parrots. And what's interesting with them is they've got more of a, like, not a turquoise like the mayor's parrots, but it's more of a blue and yellow on their bodies as well. And then the rest is quite grey with a red eye. But very pretty birds. Not the biggest of parrots, they are about 24 centimeters in terms of their length and height. And much the same as the brown-headed, which we have seen nesting in Djuma. At some point we will hopefully get to see those as well, although they do move around quite nomadically in that area. And then hopefully as well we might get to see some mayor's parrots in Mashatu as well. They do like to come down and drink. I've seen them quite a few times drinking there. They all are roughly the same size, these parrots at least. Not as big as our Cape parrot or the grey-headed parrot, which is about the same size as an African grey parrot. African grey parrot obviously comes from Central Africa. There's quite a bit of pressure on them with regards to illicit and illegal bird trade. So I do hope that if you know of anyone that does have an African grey parrot, it is born in captivity and it was not caught in the wild. Interestingly enough, we might actually get that Cape parrot in either Kariega or in Makala. I did hear Rolf, I think, talking about how there are yellow woods down there, so they would be found in that area, but they are obviously found along that. They prefer that big riparian forest, and the yellowwood trees are a good indication that they could be in the area. But I don't know if anyone has seen any. Hopefully one of them might be able to confirm that they have seen one down there. A very cool bird, and obviously endemic to South Africa at least, and definitely one of the biggest parrots as well in the region, and in Africa as well. These oryx are taking full advantage of the water source that is here, obviously cooling themselves as well while drinking. And we actually had one or two of them actually almost sitting in the water yesterday. That one kind of seems to have a bit of a skew horn, with a knock in it. Not perfectly linear. Seems to be another sunbird that's calling there, and I will try and ID it for us as well. As I said, this is a new area for me, so I am kind of just going through what is in the area, just of a bird list that is up here that I have. But as we do that, I think it's quite a fun time up here, and it is time for us to go and have a look and see what is happening in Mashatu, just to make sure we are ticking over our species list at least. And I hope that we might actually get those baboon down there today at some point. But here we go, we're off to Mashatu. back with the Ellies down here. These guys have been around for quite a bit. We just want to see if we can pan around, but good to have the zebra here as well. And I did mention earlier that the zebra is the national animal of Botswana, and we are in Botswana, so good to see the national animal here. Just going to leave us here at this focal length just because it does give us quite a good idea as to what else is coming in, and at least from a distance. That wallowing area at the back there is definitely increasing day by day. Also at this focal length we might actually get to see those ostriches zooming around. They've been quite busy at it as well.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly on our website.
So those Ellies made sure that nothing else was going to drink, although they had kind of had their full. The zebra are coming back. And the impala as well. But those Ellies definitely threw their weight around there and decided, no, you guys are not allowed to drink while we walk past. Pretty selfish if you ask me, but it is what they do. Nice to have these giraffe back with us as well. So got a lot of action, at least here and in Okakuyo. And unfortunately we missed that Inyala in Djuma. I am also just keeping my eyes peeled to see if the hyena might come through or those banded mongoose, as well as the baboons from yesterday. But we'll definitely know if the baboons are around. You will hear them calling all over. You hear them almost chattering and lip smacking towards each other as well. And it is a decent amount of baboon in this area, definitely. They love the Mashatu trees, which is obviously the name of the reserve. And the Mashatu tree being the Inyala berry. So did miss our Inyala, but there are a lot of Inyala as well here. And they do eat the fruit from Mashatus, and the baboons actually roost in those Mashatus. I was saying the other day that Mashatu tree is actually one of my favorites. Got a huge green canopy, and I'm going to try and get across because I actually could see one in the distance. At least then we can chat about that while it is a little bit more different, and we can come back and look at those ostrich. I don't think they'll be quick at this waterhole. There was one in the distance, and at least we can make out the canopy of it. And we can chat a little bit about what this reserve is talked or named after in terms of the Mashatu tree itself. So I'm hoping the camera plays ball with me. So I did actually see the crest or the crown of one the other day when I was looking this side here as well. So you will notice that it is a very green tree, and they are evergreen. They are massive as well. There are some very, very big Mashatu trees obviously in Mashatu. They're not the best trees to sleep under as the branches do fall off, so they have been known to kill people that have actually slept underneath them at night, and that obviously happens more so when it's windy and rainy. They also are associated to termite mounds. So termite mounds in the area obviously always point north, so it's a good indication of your direction. So that big tree, that green tree that's there in front of us, that over there is a Mashatu tree, or Inyala berry as they're otherwise called. And the Inyala obviously do eat the fruit. There are a few other antelope that will eat the fruit when it drops. The baboon also eat the fruit, as well as vervet monkeys too. Lots of leopards like to climb in them, specifically in the bigger ones, as well as pythons. There are a lot of python in the area as well, and you do kind of find them dotted all over as well. It's a very cool tree, as I said, one of my favorites as well. Big root structures, and always a termite mound based on the base of them as well. So we are going to stop talking about Mashatu trees. It would be great to show you one up close one day. However, we're going to link over to Trishala in Amakhala with a new word, Guatemala, and see what she's found for us.
It certainly is Trishala in Amakhala. No koalas this time though, but we've got some buffalo chilling on the side of the road. There were a whole lot of giraffe as well, and some zebras coming down, but it is a main road, so there's lots of cars as well. But we've managed to get ourselves a spot where we hopefully won't be able to see any cars and get a good view of the buffalo that are just chilling in the sun. It has taken me a long, long time to appreciate sitting with a buffalo herd, because at first I didn't really, they weren't the animal in the bush that I sought to spend time with. And then the more mature a guide I became, the more I found out that I actually really enjoy sitting with buffalo. They're so curious, but their curiosity shows up in a different way to, say, hyena cubs, for example, that they have this active curiosity, but buffalo will stare at you, they'll give you a side eye, they'll point their nose at you, trying to pick up on your scent. What are you? And especially the young ones can look quite intensely at you. But they have a sort of panic in their wide eyes, and then the older ones also stare at you intensely, but their stare is more of a don't you move kind of stare. Very intimidating. It's a time of day now where, my jackets come off, BK's jackets come off, it's getting really nice and warm. And these animals are trying to find a cool spot to chill out in. Now they seem to be making their way to the only water source that I know that's closest to them is the dam that has the hippos in it, which is quite close to where we are right now. So either they've just come from it or they're going to it. I would say that they're going to it. These are water-dependent animals. They love being around water, in water. They drink often. And so they certainly wouldn't be in an area where they know there isn't water. That's one of the reasons that many water-dependent animals, or one of the reasons rather, that water-dependent animals have such a well-developed sense of smell is because they need to pick up on the presence of water. And they do that through their nose. And you can kind of know what that means. I'm sure you can smell water too. You're not sure what it smells like. You're not sure why it is that you're able to smell it. But you kind of can. And for them, it's just a lot more heightened. So heightened, in fact, that they can use that as a sense of direction to take them to this resource that their lives depend on. This is quite a small herd. Say about 20 to 30 animals. Herds of hundreds can congregate and kick up dust as they move through an area. In fact, before you see the buffalo or hear the buffalo, you see this dust cloud moving towards you. But this is quite a small herd, so no dust clouds being kicked up, and also there's not too many open, dry areas here. So there's a lot of grass, and that's just perfect for them because they love to graze. Hi Greta, you'd like to know if the buffalo use their horns to assert dominance? Yes, they do. So the male buffaloes, the bulls, their horns have what's called a boss in the middle. It's sort of a little helmet. So it's extra calloused. Well, not calloused because it's not skin, but it's this extra padding of keratin, which is what their horns are made of. And that's specifically so that they can protect their heads from the times in which they butt heads. And they do that to assert dominance. So usually, the oldest... Oh, you've got him. Okay. The oldest and the... So the oldest male tends to also be the biggest male in the herd, and he's usually the most dominant. But you will get other youngsters who come through. Maybe he's a little bit big for his age and he wants to test this older, more experienced, bigger male. Then he will come through and they will not immediately butt horns. They'll first present themselves, display, show off. They might push themselves, push each other. They might put their faces onto the ground, use their horns to thrash things. And then only if they are equally matched bulls that can't seem to sort out their dominance and their position in the herd by displaying, then you'll actually get the crashing of the helmets together. And it is quite a sound. There's a huge amount of force, I mean, as you can imagine, that gets exerted as one animal hits into another. And I once read it's like a car crashing into a brick wall at 50 kilometers per hour. That's a lot of impact. And when you think that that's their heads that are hitting each other, you can really understand the need to have that extra protection, extra padding, that boss in the middle of the horns to keep them sane and not give them any kind of brain damage. If males just want to display without being challenged by any other male, maybe the dominant male just wants to remind everybody who he is and what his position is, then he can do that by going into some mud, rolling around, tossing his head in the horns. That's usually an effective display of dominance. They will move very, very slowly. Especially now. The sun is high in the sky. Right on top of them, they'll be looking for a place to rest. But they are going to go in search of water very soon. As soon as they're able to become a little bit cooler, because they're large animals, they're heat sensitive. And they can drink as much as about 35 liters in one go. So in one visit to a dam, they can drink that much. Now, if you imagine, all of these buffalo goes to that dam and drinks 35 liters, there'll be no water left for the hippos. But they won't always drink that. That's just the maximum that they will drink in one go. Mm. Nikita, hi. You would like to know if a buffalo has a similar track to a cow? Yes, it does. A very similar looking track to a cow. So, kind of looks like an apple with its core out. So if you cut an apple in half and removed the core, that's kind of what the track looks like. So very, very similar to a cow. Basically, very, very similar to a cow. I was going to say that very similar to all even-toed ungulates, but the shape is not the same amongst them. Can be very different. So yes, a cow and a buffalo have a very similar track. Both cows and buffalo are in the same family. Bovidae, so they're bovids. But they are not actually very, very closely related. Bovidae is quite a diverse group, even though they're all even-toed ungulates. There's a lot of diversity there. So I know that if we look at a buffalo and we look at a cow and we think, oh, they're both bovids, they must be closely related. They look so similar. But also keep in mind the red hartebeest that we see around here is also a bovid. And you wouldn't look at a cow and a red hartebeest and think, yes, closely related. Rowan and sable are also bovids, so there's a lot going on. Shame. This is in the middle of a road. So everyone is struggling to get past the buffalo. Let me send you over to Ralph for a moment and see if I can help this lady out getting past the buffalo.
Not too far from where Trishala and BK are at Amakhala. This is a little bit closer to the coast and a little bit up the coast, as we would say. And my name is Ralph Kirsten, and I'm on the eastern side of the Kariega Game Reserve, just near to the Scotia Dam. Down from the main lodge, and I'm watching some male ram impala who have been doing a little bit of fighting, just trying to establish who's the boss, with a warthog there in the background and the zebra watching on. It's a lovely day here today. Sun is out, a little bit windy, but it's great for the animals to be out and about. See a bit of wind coming across now. It's quite gusty sometimes. You often have the wind speed, but then if you look on any of the apps and so on, you have the gust speeds as well. See these youngish impala rams just testing out their mettle. Decided that's that. Oh well, we'll leave them and carry on with the warthogs. Nice little family there. Just walk their way into frame, hanging around with the zebra. Both are bulk grazers, and both can be quite detrimental to different areas if left unchecked, because they do graze and have a high impact on plains area, especially grasses that are susceptible to overgrazing. Now here in this part of South Africa, it's not generally overgrazed very easily. However, the populations of warthog can expand exponentially, because they can have sometimes 3 litters a year, and they can have up to 8 piglets each time. So if they are not taken out by predators, you can imagine how fast the population explodes. Oh, that's making for quite a beautiful photo actually. And that zebra is just standing like a statue. You can hear the red-throated wryneck calling. Very special bird that. I'm still trying my best to get one on camera, but as always, birding is easy, but trying to get them on the camera, something else. And that nice little high-pitched call, that's coming from a little Cape wagtail. See how they also go down on their hocks, do the warthog, just make it a little bit more comfortable when they graze, especially when they've found a nice patch of grass to feed on. And they get their head closer to the ground, they don't have to lean down so much. And in fact, those 2 species of animals that are standing right there, the warthogs in the front and the zebra at the back, their dung can be very easily confused with each other. The only difference really is that a zebra has got like a kidney shape to it, whereas warthog dung is a lot more round. but it's quite surprising the size of warthog dung, and as I say, very similar to that of zebra. Both make for excellent fire starters as well when it's dry. Sean, thanks for jumping on board with us. Love seeing Kariega. Well, I do too. Welcome to my office. Not a bad office it is. I sit out here pretty much all day, every day. Sometimes it's a bit quiet, but there's always something going on. So getting some nice photos there. I'll be posting them up later today. There's always one picture chosen. Sometimes difficult to choose which photo I'm going to post, but I try to get the one that's best in focus, as well as trying to keep a little bit of different animals, different species, different kind of scenario each day. That zebra is really standing like a statue. I do believe it might be going to sleep. Now, one of the signs is that one leg is just raised a little bit, and you can also tell when horses, zebra, it seems like he's a bit awake, and donkeys are asleep because their bottom lip hangs. And in Botswana, if you've ever driven around in Botswana on the many long roads, you do come across donkeys sleeping in the road, and you drive up to them, and it's main roads, tar roads, tarmac, and sometimes you drive right up to them and that bottom lip is hanging, and you can literally get out and clap your hands and they wake up and they get a big fright. But that's often how you tell if any one of those equine animals are asleep, that bottom lip hanging down. The warthogs definitely aren't asleep. They go into their burrows at night to sleep. So Freda, they can interact a little bit, the mountain zebra and the plain zebra, but generally you find them in pretty much different geographical locations. So the mountain zebra, as the name suggests, they're generally more in mountainous or rocky areas. They do also graze, same like the plain zebra, but they prefer a sort of more secluded, solitary existence. Not that they are solitary animals, but they don't like being around too many other animals. They seem to be a bit more recluse in their small groupings, and they're a lot more skittish as well. The Cape Mountain zebra, as well as the Hartmann's mountain zebra that you find up in Namibia. All the areas of the Namib Nauklift Park, Sossusvlei area, as well as going up into Damaraland and Kokkerland. Those are the areas you find the Hartmann's mountain zebra. And in those parts, it's pretty arid. They are more of a desert adapted animal, water scarce environment, as opposed to the plain zebra, which requires water on a regular basis. They need to drink every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day, to sustain themselves, whereas the mountain zebra are able to survive for a few days without water. That one, I think, just yawning. I don't think it was flexing its vomeronasal organ or the Jacobson's organ. So as always, folks, this is an interactive experience, so please jump on board with us and send through your questions and your comments, or tell us what you would like to know, or what you see and what you think about it. We are escaping to nature together, while I'm also trying to get the shot of the day. This is the best hunting, I find. Shooting with the camera. Sometimes it's difficult to identify where the best shot is, so you just need to take lots of them and then check them out later. That's the beauty of digital photography now, whereas previously it was all on film. It becomes a very expensive affair. I remember when I first started out guiding in Namibia in 2001, all the tourists used to come with their fancy cameras and lots of film. I remember one lady, she had a whole suitcase just for her films, and she used to mark the different films with cards, playing cards, deck cards, and she would write on each one what she had photographed on that particular film. So it was a very intricate affair to try and sift through and organize all the photos that she had taken, and she did take a lot of photos. It's all changed now. At least you don't need to print everything to find out what your shot was like. You can just check on a laptop, sometimes even on a phone, and you can delete ad nauseum. So the risk involved is much less. Sometimes you take 100 photos, and if you get 10 out of them, that's doing alright. But the rest you just delete. No, not necessary to go into a dark room anymore as well. I remember at school we had a dark room, and then there was the photographic club, and then they had the special water that you had to put the photographs in for it to develop. That, I think that's where the whole phrase comes, developing photos. No developing required anymore. Now we just mik and druk. We point and shoot. Rufous nape lark calling there. The bicycle pump bird. Ship, 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 ship. So Tamsin, both warthogs and the bush pig are part of the Suidae family, so the pigs. But bush pig, they are more nocturnal, whereas warthogs are diurnal, so more daytime active. Warthogs are quite a bit smaller than the bush pigs, but they have much bigger tusks. Bush pigs don't have tusks per se like the warthog do. But a bush pig is probably double the size, if not slightly more than that, of a warthog. And their coloration is slightly different as well. They're a lot more rotund, and they are more aggressive as well. They are also very hairy, just like the warthog. They do have that sort of mane. And also the bush pig are more omnivorous than the warthogs, which are pretty much vegetarians. They do have a little bit of a go at some carrion sometimes, but it's not really their meal or their diet. The bush pigs, they are known also for digging up bulbs and grubs, etc. And very often if you find an area that looks like it's been turned over with a fork, you normally find it in the morning when it wasn't there the day before, and that would be bush pigs that have done that, digging it up with both their hooves and their snout. And with the tracks you can distinguish between the two, because with a warthog it's sort of the two-toed, they're both two-toed, It's actually four-toed. They do have the dew claw, but with the two prominent toes that go into the ground, mostly, unless it's really soft substrate, the warthogs open towards the back. So the back is open more than in the front, whereas a bush pig is open more in the front. So their toes are a little bit splayed. More splayed. They're splayed to the front as opposed to the warthogs, which are splayed at the back. Now obviously in soft substrate it could splay a warthog's toes in the front as well, but on a normal hard surface with a little bit of dust on top that you can actually see the track, you would distinguish between the two tracks by the bush pigs splaying in the front and being slightly larger. But you can always think, if you just see one track, you can say, wow, that's a large warthog, but that general splaying in the front going towards the bush pigs. I've actually been charged by a few bush pigs in the St. Lucia forest when we were students and we were doing conservation stuff down there around the crocodiles and the whole estuary, etc. And we would go fishing. We would walk through the forest at night, and coming back one night through this long path through the forest down to the beach and returning, we met up with, it was 3 or 4 bush pigs in the path. And we saw them up ahead of us in the moonlight. They didn't run away, they ran straight at us. So there were 3 or 4 of us as well, and we all dived off the path into the bushes to get out of their way. I think that was one of the first times that I'd actually come across bush pig. Well, they came across us as well. They went past us at a rate of knots. And of course, when the adrenaline kicked in, we all had a big laugh and chat about it afterwards. Couldn't believe what had just happened. Red-fronted tinkerbird also calling in the background now. So Craig, yes, bush pigs are sociable animals, and you can find them in family groups, similar to warthogs. And I've come. You go around a night drive, you find them mostly, and you can find sometimes 5 to 8 of them all together, and normally foraging, similar to what these warthogs are doing now. But they seem to dig a lot more, do the bush pigs, going for bulbs and frogs and anything that is below the surface of the soil. A very strong sense of smell as well. There's a lot to be said about the sense of smell of pigs in general, and they were used to find the most expensive fungus in the world, the truffles that you find in the forests of France, Spain and Italy, I believe, as well as Switzerland, Germany. And the pigs were used with their very strong sense of smell to find and dig out the truffles. But they did find that a lot of the times the pigs continued on their search for the truffles and actually ate the truffles. So now they actually utilize dogs, because the dogs don't eat the truffles. But yes, very, very strong sense of smell. I think they use bloodhounds, who's the strongest of all the dogs in terms of its sense of smell, followed by the basset hound, which is the dog that I have. I've got 2 of them, and I tell you what, very, very strong sense of smell. I cannot walk into the property with a bag of biltong, which is jerky in America, although much better than jerky. It's seasoned and cured better, I would say, but that's just a matter of preference. Biltong cannot enter my property without my dogs following me. They know. I can hide it in my bag, I can hide it anywhere, but my basset hounds know what's in the bag, and then they are my best friend. the ridgeback doesn't know until I take it out and it sees it. That's the difference between a nose or an eye hunter, a sight or smell. Continuous little argy-bargy going on there in the background. 3 of them. There's impala. It's like a wrestling match. And then pretending like you're grooming. Catch the other one unaware. And the blacksmith lapwings that are calling now, I'm trying my best because I noticed that they have one tiny little chick, but they've hidden it now, and I've been trying to relocate it. I will at some stage, and then I'll show you. I saw it yesterday, and it must have just hatched because it was minute. Tom, it's a little bit of both. They are fighting and playing at the same time, but very often play is a very important method of learning for the times when it does become serious. So you can see they are, the one on the right definitely younger than the 2 on the left, but I think they're all reasonably young. And you know, that play fighting, it just helps them with their technique of how to lock horns, and it also strengthens the neck area, and when they push and shove each other as well, it's good exercise for when they are going to need to rut and fight for dominance. These little bachelor herds, they constantly have these little wrestling sessions. Once again, very good looking impala in immaculate condition. With the lush vegetation, they're getting wonderful nutrition here. The one thing they do get is a lot of ticks. But ticks, you know, people often ask, what's the point of mosquito and ticks and flies? You know, they spread disease, etc. They're like, you know, a lot of people say they're useless. What was ever the point of having them around? Well, that's survival of the fittest and natural selection. So on a healthy animal, it can be full of ticks. They're going to have hundreds of ticks on them, sometimes thousands, and that's a normal general occurrence. Different animals get more ticks than others, but the ticks will go through their cycles. Some of them are 2-stage, some of them are 3-stage life cycles, but they form a very important part of natural selection. So when the resources drop, there's no the water, drought periods, etc., or there's fires, that all the vegetation is diminished and there's not much to go around, then the diseases will take hold that the ticks carry, and that will knock out or select the strongest that will then survive through those periods of low resources, and when the resources rebound, then it will be populated by the strong genetics that carried through those periods. And it's also an important part of evolution as well, because the ones that survive those diseases sometimes even become disease resistant, and those genetic lines continue through. So flies, mosquitoes, ticks, a very important part of the natural selection process, and succession and evolution as a whole. You can't evolve without adversity. if you evolve without adversity, when there is adversity, you won't have the necessary genes to survive when the resources don't allow. So only the fittest shall survive. So, as I sit here watching my lovely little warthog family and the young boys having a full go at each other, I'm not going anywhere, but I am going to send you on over to the great white place of dry water.
On succession and evolution as well as natural selection too, and I suppose it also boils down to things like anti-fragility and being anti-fragile in those types of situations. But these elephants definitely aren't fragile. They are big, grey, covered in mud, and having a good time currently. Seems to be a few boys that are with us now, and I'm trying to see if we could actually have the Ellie without the hairy tail, and he looks like he's right here, and he seems to have been the most dominant one at least that has been hanging around here, and he's just really been right there by that cool fresh water that's getting pumped out where they are drinking right now. And he's been spending quite a bit of time with us the last few days at least, and they have been coming through at around now about 12 o'clock or so. The Ellies just come through and they basically just rest and drink water and take it easy. So as you can see, one or two of them have their trunks facing down and pretty fragile, or not even fragile, pretty placid, and just just almost lucid there, just lying on the ground, and that is a sign of them resting. So probably just taking a few minutes to sleep. They don't need the most amount of sleep in a day. That is a perfect example of an elephant resting or sleeping. I can count 1, 2, 3. Definitely having a little rest there, it seems. They sometimes lean up against trees or against boulders as well. And you also just see that, you notice that their trunks just hang right down and they kind of just switch off. It's almost like they're on power saving mode or in load shedding, if you want to be quite specific and South African about it. But that load shedding doesn't last for as long as ours does. It is only for a few minutes at a time, and then they power up again and kind of get on with it. These are some big bulls that are here. Some have already been in the water, and I'm pretty sure we are going to start to get the others that will go in there at least. And it'll be interesting to see if some of the breeding herds come through as well. There was a very big breeding herd that came through for us the other day. So it's just fascinating watching. You can just see how these guys kind of just dip their trunks right into there where the fresh water is coming out. It's fascinating just watching them just go about it, resting, sleeping, drinking. But also just a reminder to everyone watching this week, on Wild Earth, we are celebrating all animals, big and small, and Wild Earth will be hosting an AMA, an Ask Me Anything on World Animal Day, which is today, the 4th of October. And this will be an Ask Me Anything with a difference. So along with Tessa and Cedric and Juma, we also have Lauren, Trishala, and Chris contributing from Madikwe, Amakala, and Pridelands. And you can ask them anything. So don't forget to send through any and all of your animal questions and join us for this not-to-be-missed AMA today, Tuesday, the 4th of October at 20 to 8 CAT, so 7:40 p.m. And remember that this is open to explorers only. interesting watching that Ellie just sniff around with his trunk right up there like a periscope. So I do just need to get your name again there. I couldn't hear it correctly on my comms. Hi, Hope, and thank you so much for that. What an interesting question for a little 7-year-old to ask. But Ellies need around 100 liters of water a day. Specifically, these big boys, they'll take about 100 liters a day. And obviously, as they grow, so the bigger ones take 100, and then obviously that would decrease in terms of how big they are. So I hope that answers your question, Hope. But it is a huge amount of water. If you can imagine how big 100 liters of water is, there's a lot of water to take in a day. And they also get a lot of their moisture from what they eat. So at times when there are fruits around, they will also be eating the fruits, and those fruits will help them also consume water or moisture as well that they need to live. Hi Joe, that's also another interesting question that you have that you've just sent through, and it will depend on the area and how dry how dry the area is for an elephant. So obviously where there's lots of water and lots of vegetation, they don't need to move as far, and obviously where it gets arid, so in certain areas here and where the desert adapted ellies are in Namibia, they move far further. So, and that also comes down to different times of the year as well, so whether it's rainy or whether it is the dry season. So it will depend. I will give you a figure now as well as to how far they can actually move. And this mostly will be off a day, so it's kind of a thumb suck, as I said, just because it will depend on the areas and obviously the amount of water or vegetation in there, in their area at least. So just at least where we are, and I'm trying to find out more around Etosha and up here. I suppose on average they will be at about 195 kilometers per day, but they normally only walk around 25 kilometers a day. But in other areas, so where it's very dry, you can expect them to walk far further than that 25 kilometers. And obviously as they go, ellies are constantly eating as well, so they might go from one water source to the next. So in areas like Djuma, they probably do that. So they will go to a water source, drink, swim, cover themselves in mud, and then eat along their way to the next water source. And it kind of works in like almost like a big circle. Depends on how far they go. There are some interesting people that are doing some interesting things with regards to tracking the ellies and how far they will move and disperse. So that also is on a seasonal basis, because certain trees flower and fruit at different times as well. So depending on the areas, the ellies can move up to about 200 k's in a day, and they generally move at around 25 kilometers a day. So I hope that does help you, Joe, in terms of answering. Quite a long-winded answer, but it's quite cool to give, and I suppose important to give context to the different areas and what an ellie might experience in its day or in an area as well. You'll probably find with these ellies, at least that we're watching, that they will do a lot more of that walking during the night. So they will try and cover distance over the evenings where it's cooler. And they'll try and hang around here for now, although they do need to eat a lot in a day as well. So they will try and conserve energy as well. So a lot of animals always try to conserve energy when it's very hot. You don't want to waste your minerals and that sustenance that you've taken in either. But having a very rudimentary digestive system, elephants are constantly on the move, and that is also why they call them the gardeners of the bush as well, because they're constantly moving and eating, and obviously adapting and pruning different trees too in certain parts. that also is seasonal. So sometimes that will be that they actually go after trees more so in winter, and they actually graze more so in summer. So when the grasses are a lot more nutritious, when they've just come out and started to shoot, green and sweet as well, they will focus a lot more on that. And then in winter they will focus more on the browsing and also on bark. So that's when they are quite damaging towards trees, where they might ring bark trees, and that tree will then die, because once a tree doesn't have a full connection around its circumference with bark, there's no longer a transfer of energy or nutrients that can go through to the tree, and then a tree dies. But they also push them over too, as you would have seen, or I'm sure you might have seen content like that as well. These guys are definitely having a rest and a sleep. So it was probably quite a long night of walking last night and feeding. Just taking the opportunity, and you can actually notice that these two are actually leaning on each other, and that's not uncommon either. They are just both kind of propping themselves up on each other while they have a little break. So definitely the one that's closest to us, with its trunk facing right down, very relaxed. That one was leaning on the other and just resting. Hi Lulu, yes it is common because the bulls trail behind the herds. So the females and the cows and the adolescents will all be in a herd. And sometimes the male bulls might just be by themselves, although they do form loose associations like we have here. And sometimes the bull will have askaris, and the askaris are much younger bulls that have left their maternal herds. And once they leave those maternal herds, they do try to join up, and they actually learn from these older bulls. But it's not uncommon to find bigger older bulls by themselves. So the more dominant older bulls of areas sometimes are by themselves, and generally that is when they're also in must. But the bulls also trail those breeding herds of ellies, obviously waiting to see if there are any females that are ready to mate, and if that is the case, the bulls will be hot on their tails and obviously be in must then too. Must being when they have a higher testosterone in themselves, and that's obviously when they are a bit more unpredictable, and it can be quite dangerous then as well. These guys all look quite chilled. It doesn't look like any of them are in must, and we would see that through their temporal glands, and also through the fact that they might be urinating quite heavily while they are walking as well. So wet back legs as well, and obviously quite a musty smell too. But these boys seem quite relaxed with themselves, pretty chilled. No one seems to be irritating anyone, and no one seems to be hot under the collar, if you want to call it that. They're pretty relaxed, although we might see one or two actually have a little bit of a play bout. This might be the beginning of some of the breeding herd coming through. And it'll be interesting to see how they all interact as well. We have had some awesome interactions going on, at least in Madikwe, with the bulls and the cows and breeding herds going on. It's always fascinating to watch them. But this is actually a bull coming through as well. Another one joining the party. So I do need to just get a repeat there. Hi Mike, indeed, definitely the elephants, as they grow, their skin expands. So as you can imagine, like with yourself, our skins are actually organs, our dermis, and same for an elephant. So as you grow, your skin also grows, because it's obviously an organ and it grows with you. And obviously, as an elephant gets bigger as well, and as they grow and as their bodies grow too, their skin grows with them. So your skin does grow, and so does an elephant's skin grow when it is getting bigger. So their skins do expand, do a very thick skin. So those skins can actually be up to 2.5 to 4 centimeters thick in places as well. So that helps protect them, obviously, from anything that might scratch or hurt them. So if a lion was to jump on them or that, you'd need some very thick claws to get through that hide, as well as pushing through the brush, any thorn trees and that kind of thing as well. Their skins being that thick will help them in that endeavor as well. Got lots of bulls around here now. It's great to see them congregating like this. One of my favorite animals is the Eli. There's always something interesting going on with them too. So they do have different ways to communicate as well. I know we have been speaking about this quite regularly, but it is always interesting to note that, that we will hear the audible communications, which are the trumpets and the growls, those low grumbles as well. Then they obviously touch each other, smell each other too, and they can communicate seismically, so that is through a low-level bass that we can't hear, so it's inaudible to humans. They actually feel that through their pads and in their bones, and that can actually travel quite far, up to a couple of kilometers in radius. So elephants can communicate in vast distances through that seismic communication that they do use. And that was actually first noted up in the Congo with the forest Elis through the bars, and they noticed that they were able to communicate across distances through that. But we're going to leave these bulls to relax. It does seem that some of them are actually getting back to sleep, and it's time for us to go and have a look what Ralph has got for us in Kariega.
We're watching a few different species of birds here. We've got the sacred ibis in the foreground. Then you've got the South African shelduck, a female on the left there, with a juvenile with it. And then on the top right there, you've got a reed cormorant. That's the same one that I was watching the other day. It's a juvenile, but it's a reed cormorant. And although it's not doing it now because it just went for a swim, so it's probably cooled off quite a bit. But yesterday, I saw it sitting in the sun. And what cormorants do, which is quite special, you'll often see them, whether it's at a harbour or on riverbanks, when they're sitting and it gets very hot, they do something called gular flapping. And there's a couple of different species that do this, including herons, the cormorants, owls, and doves. And they flutter their gular, so it's like this fluttering of the throat area, and that is when they open their mouths and visibly vibrate their throats, and that increases the airflow across the moist membranes in the throat area, and that's a much easier way to dissipate heat than panting. So because they don't sweat, they do need to dissipate heat, and they do it more efficiently than animals that pant. So the next time you see cormorants on the concrete boulders or whatever around harbours and rivers, etc., and you see them flapping that gular area, that is them cooling down. It's quite interesting to note that. Whenever I see cormorants as well, it always reminds me of the Bird Island, which is between Walvis Bay and Swakopmund in Namibia. If you drive from Walvis Bay towards Swakopmund on the west coast, the old southwest Africa, Namibia, not too far outside of Walvis Bay, you'll see this massive platform, and it's called Bird Island. Which is a man-made platform, and now it serves as a breeding ground for a lot of birds, mainly Cape cormorants, but also gannets, and it yields a lot of guano, which, believe it or not, is a very stinky, smelly gold, because it's made quite a few people very rich. And they collect that guano and they sell it. It was conceived and constructed by Adolf Winter, who was a German who immigrated to Namibia, previously Southwest Africa, and that was in 1912. And he took a train from Swakopmund to Walvis Bay, and he saw a natural offshore formation which was there called Bird Rock, and it was covered in this guano from all the birds. So on the return trip he noticed the guano had been washed away by the sea, but he saw a business opportunity. So he built a small wooden platform measuring 4 meters squared, 3 meters above the sea. And in Winter finished this initial construction in March 1930. And I will finish off the story in a little while.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly offers. Find out on our website.
So, to finish off the story about Bird Island, a man-made guano platform between Walvis Bay and Swakopmund in Namibia, Winter finished off his initial construction in March 1930. So that was that small little platform that he built 3 meters above the sea. 1 year later, he had enlarged the platform to 16 meters squared. And by August 1931, he had extended it to 1,600 square meters. And guano was collected and sold annually. An expansion of the platform continued at a slower pace until 1937, when a large shipment of timber allowed building the platform out to its current size of 17,000 square meters. The guano collected from Bird Island is considered high quality because of its high nitrogen content relative to other guano collection facilities in Africa. It is cleaned in Swakopmund to remove the feathers and other debris, ground to a powder, and exported to Belgium for $285 per ton. The platform yields approximately 650 tons of guano annually. And I can tell you what, when you drive past the platform, leaving Walvis Bay, there is the fish factory, which you first smell, and locals often say that it's the smell of money. But when you go towards Swakopmund, you have the smell of guano, and a lot of the locals also say that that's the smell of money. So very stinky, smelly smell of money. Guano and money. Let's head you on over, just over the hill to Amakhala.
We have made it all the way to the secretary bird nest, which is quite far from everything else. But I think it's worth it to have a look at these magnificent birds and to see it on a nest. So I know that the view is not great. We can just kind of see the head. This looks like an adult to me. You can see that the skin on the face is still very red, and it's also got those long tail feathers. Now I'm not sure when this nest was first seen,
This nest has been here for years.
but with this pair in it.
This pair, they have been moving nests, changing nests.
Okay, so it might even be that there is not a chick here. There is a chick. Because these birds are known to sit in nests for long times, even when they don't have a chick, or before they're going to lay their eggs. The female spends a lot of time in the nest. But, I mean, if they have a chick, that would be great. I don't know if we'll ever be able to see it, considering how large the female is. That little one would have to pop its head out from the side of her. But if you guys know if we've ever seen the chick or anything like that, please let me know. We're live and interactive. You can send us your questions and your comments. So if you know, please let me know. Be lovely to keep tabs on it. I think I had Emma earlier today that was asking about this nest. So here we go. Thought we'd take a drive to have a look. So when the youngsters are born, they lay about 1 to 3 eggs at a time, just a couple days apart. When they're born, they're obviously very downy, and then they go through several phases of that downiness getting grayer, and then their facial skin is more of a yellowy green, and then it slowly becomes orange and then into the red. And by about 130 days, they're fully grown. By 76 days, they're fully feathered. So that's why I was trying to figure out when we saw the chick, or if we had ever seen the chick. Oh, what if it's already fledged and this one's just sitting in here feeling sad? I hope not. Oh, that's an excellent question, Ben. You're 10 years old and you're watching this program, which is awesome because we get to learn about all the amazing animals and the plants around Africa, South Africa. Ben would like to know, why do birds build nests so high in trees? The best way to keep your chick safe is to keep it away from predators. And the majority of the predators are on the ground, like leopards and lions. Those are big predators, but birds have to watch out for the smaller predators, like mongoose and genets and civets. So they have to make sure they can keep their chicks safe in the nest high up in trees. But the parents also want to be safe. So if the nests are down on the floor, then these big parents would have to come down from the sky onto the ground and then go and visit its chicks. And then they could also have predators around that would kill them, and that wouldn't be good for the chicks. But not all birds build nests in trees, Ben. Some birds build nests on the ground. And that seems strange because then the predators could get them so easily. But they have special adaptations to help them out. So birds that have nests in trees, their eggs can be whatever color they like. It's usually white or cream. But those birds that build nests on the ground, they have to camouflage their eggs. So their eggs are not ever really white. Their eggs are cream colored with little blotches on them to blend into the soil and the vegetation. And then chicks that are born in nests in trees, when they're born, they're very helpless. They can't move around very much. They have to rely on their siblings and their parents to keep them warm and to bring them food. While those birds who have nests on the ground, their chicks, just within a few hours of hatching, they can walk around. They have down, nice soft warm feathers covering them, and they can eat on their own. So each type of nest comes with its own specializations. If you're nesting on the ground, you have to prepare to nest on the ground. Make sure that your eggs are camouflaged and your babies are going to be well developed. But those in the tree, you can take a little bit easier. Your eggs can be white and your chicks don't have to be very well developed. But you get birds that nest in both of those areas, and both are quite successful. Hi Ronnie, you'd like to know if the males will help to build the nest. In this case, yes they do. Both the male and the female will help to build this nest. And the male will also help to roost and sit in the nest. But they'll usually take turns, and the female spends the majority of the time incubating. But they will swap out. So the female spends most of the time, but will leave if there's a disturbance, or if she feels like she wants to hunt and her partner is not bringing her enough food, she will leave the nest. But if the nest is empty, the male will come and sit in the nest as well. Well, not as well, but he will sit to replace her. But she spends the majority of the time incubating and with the chicks in the nest. And he will bring her food. But sometimes it's not enough and she has to leave and get some food herself. Because they're off the ground, they can afford to leave nests unattended. But they still won't do that very often. There'll always be one of the two around. Hi Zoe, you'd like to know how long it will take the female to leave the nest? Well, as soon as the youngster fledges, there's no need for the female to be in the nest, and the female will continually spend less and less and less time as the chick grows. So we said 76 days the chick will be fully feathered and fully grown by 130 days. As soon as it starts to get larger and larger, then there'll be less space for the female to be in the nest, and she'll be able to spend a lot more time away from the nest. But that's still going to take a bit of time, I would say. So there's still some down, although the most of the feathers are present. There's still some downy patches at about 66 days. By that time, she should be leaving the nest and feeding herself and all that. I mean, the mother, and going on out hunting and things like that. But the chick will still be around in the nest. And its fledging period is quite quite variable. It can fledge any time between about 64 days and 105 days. So remember, at 64 days, it's still got those patches of down. So it's going to be difficult for it to fledge properly, but it may still give it a go. And when all of this is happening, the parents will still be around, but they may not necessarily have to be in the nest with the chick. The chicks are even partially still reliant on its parents to feed it, even after it's fledged for a short amount of time. And they feed their chicks through regurgitation. And it'll still wait even when it's out of the nest. Because they feed, well, not necessarily exclusively because they feed through regurgitation, but as you can imagine, if you have to regurgitate to your chicks, it takes a little bit more time to go out hunt, come back, regurgitate, go out hunt, come back, regurgitate, as opposed to dropping down, picking up a couple insects, and feeding it straight to your chicks. So their success is, even though they may produce 1 to 3 eggs, it's most usual that only one survives. The others tend to die of starvation. Even though they can be aggressive towards each other, the chicks, they tend to die of starvation. As the saying goes, the loudest chick gets the worm. And it does ring true. There has been only one record of 3 chicks fledging from one clutch. Hi Micah, you'd like to know why they build their nests in thorny bushes? Lots and lots and lots of birds do that. So there's obviously the reason of being able to protect your nest better from any kind of predators. But also, thorny bushes offer a little bit more kind of surface area for you to put down your nests, because there's a lot more, apart from the branches moving in and out, there's the thorns on it as well. So you can rest a nest, rest your building material to create the nest a little bit more easily. But the primary reason is that it deters predators even further. A lot of smaller birds do that very often in very, very thorny bushes, like a blue waxbill will do that in a buffalo thorn, because it's so difficult to get to that nest without hurting yourself. It would even be difficult for snakes to get to a blue waxbill nest in a buffalo thorn bush. Well, I'm really glad we managed to get to see the nest, and also it's like a really different side of the reserve that offers a different perspective of our Makala in general. So it was a lovely drive through to come here. I would have completely gotten lost if it weren't for BK, who knows the site well. I think we're going to head back in the direction of the basin, and then see what we get around there. There was some reports of elephants around, not very far from where we had those buffalo in the middle of the main road. In fact, I think we'll go see the hippos and see if those buffalo maybe went up to drink in that area. I think that's a good plan. We'll try to visit the nest again. Oh, it's so nice. I have to look with my binos, but it's so lovely to see that the skin on their faces kind of looks like a sunset. You know, it's a yellowy orange fading into this reddy color. Oh, giving us a little bit of a look there. Oh, that's amazing. The crest is all down, nice and relaxed, sitting in the nest. This is awesome. Now, obviously, it isn't a tall tree, so it's difficult to get a view down into the nest. And I'm looking around and I can't see. But we'll continue to visit and hopefully get a better view later on or another time. Okay, let us head towards the hippos. Do you know, today if we were playing bingo during the escape to nature, I would have been very successful. Oh, we, sorry, BK, not I. We would have been very successful. But alas, bingo is only later on. And I've got the hardest board today. I left my hardest board to last. But it's fine. It's fine. We're going to do our best. What else can we do? All right. Let us move on. Thank you very much, Secretary Bird, for sharing your brood with us. Just trying to get a gap, see if I can see it anymore at another angle. Anyway, while we get going, let me send you over to Alex in Mashatu.
You can see my baboon have come through for me, and I've been waiting to show you guys these for a few days. They did come yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately we're off. And now they are here. The giraffe is also coming through, but it's fantastic to see these baboon. There are lots of them in the area. They do roost up and along the Limpopo River, which is about a K away from us, in those big mashatu trees and fig trees there, as well as in other roosting spots that they will have. Obviously, being a more mountainous area of Botswana, they also roost in the cliffs and koppies where it is allowed. So obviously, if there isn't any access for a predator to get near there, they will find it safe enough to do that. Otherwise, they'll generally be in trees, and in more of the bigger trees, and along the rivers as well. Obviously, they are diurnal, so they are active during the day. They aren't active at night, although you will hear them calling and making a loud raucous noises at night as well, if there are leopards or anything else that might be irritating them. So you do hear that often at night, but they are only active during the day. Obviously, the greatest threat would be a leopard, although I have seen baboon here going after leopard and even cornering them, and they are known to kill leopard as well. But, they definitely are not the biggest fans, and the males actually have longer canines than leopards' canines as well. It's actually quite impressive when you see a baboon yawning, and they actually use that as a sign to basically show how strong they are, and the males actually get quite big as well. They're a lot stronger than human beings too. You definitely don't want to play with any males. You're so correct. There are so many different sounds in Mashatu. There's always these birds, lots of Meave starlings in the area, as well as others that we have heard, but we've had a plethora of them through today. Different doves, lots of quelea, guinea fowl, Corey bustard as well, and ostrich. And the ostrich is still hanging around. There were some Egyptian geese too, but they seem to have not been around. You can actually hear the baboons playing and squealing at each other there now. They are very vocal too, so you always hear them, and you actually always hear them talking to each other and in amongst each other. They are never dulled to watch either. It's always fun to trail and watch baboon as they go about their day-to-day business. They probably are resting a little bit more in the shade now that it does get a bit warmer. The typical baboon sound, and I did just have a go-away bird fly into the tree as well. That little thorn tree that is there, that umbrella thorn. But as these baboons congregate around the waterhole today, we will hear quite a bit of them chattering in amongst themselves, probably screeching and squealing, the young ones as they play, maybe even getting bullied by some of the older ones. But yes, they are pretty formidable. They will definitely hurt you, and they are not to be trifled with. You can see them all over. So this is quite a big troop that is around. And specifically in this area and along the Limpopo, there are vast numbers and big troops of baboons as well. So there's lots of fruit for them, being in the figs, and even those mashatus, those inyala berries as well. They will obviously take carrion, so probably not the right time just yet, but little impala fawns, maybe even a bushbuck fawn as well. And that would be a male. Not really documented too much, more so the olive baboons up in Kenya or Tanzania. This is the Chakma baboon. And across the Limpopo and up into Zim and into Zambia, we get the yellow baboon as well. And you note them just because of their coloring on their coats. We also get the Hamadryas up in Ethiopia, as well as the olive, as I said, and probably the two most formidable would be the Chakma and olive baboons. They would definitely cause a lot of damage, and they have been known to kill leopard, as I said. And in this area too, I've actually witnessed a troop go after leopard cubs. It's not the prettiest sight, but it is quite fascinating to watch as they gang up, and it actually is pretty scary when you consider that there are all these mouths with all those long canines coming after you. Their fingers are also very, very strong. Lovely to hear. It's much like the elephants around as well. When you hear their stomachs growling and grumbling and that, you always hear baboons chattering and chittering amongst each other. Sometimes you see them and hear them lip smacking as well, and that's a sign of endearment. So there are about 5 types of baboons in Africa. We are looking at the one, and this is the Chakma. Fortunately, I don't really want to go in too far just because my camera controls have been on the fritz. We can see them moving in and around. But there you go, there are some drinking right there in that wallow that we've been talking about. And we might even get this giraffe, if he wants to play with us properly, drinking right in frame. I'll try and keep it in there as well. And you will note when a female baboon is ready to mate that their private parts actually swell up and go pink towards the back. So you always can tell if a female is ready to mate if that happens. I'm going to just come out a little bit, but as I said, this is quite a big troop that is around. And baboons obviously being very closely related to humans, so about 90% in terms of their, or 97% out of their DNA is our DNA. So if you consider just that small 3% is what is the difference between us. Quite fascinating. Hi Joe, so they obviously are a little bit smaller than the males. The males actually get quite big. And obviously the easiest way to tell the difference between them is obviously when a female is ready to breed. As I said, their private parts swell up and they go pink as well. But the size is always a good indicator, and you'll see a much bigger head on a male. So that one over here on the right of us does look like a female right now, and I'm going to try and see if I can find one of the bigger males. If these camera controls play properly with me. I did think that these ones here in the trees would probably be easier to have a look there now. So I am trying to zoom in, not out. Might just take a second, but if I do get up, well, let's see if this will work. Just want to go underneath the shade here where the giraffe was. Sorry, it does lag a little bit, so please do bear with me. But the size of the baboons is definitely a key indicator, and they actually form oligarchies. You can actually see a little oxpecker on this giraffe. So it's a male-run society, and the males will then have a big dominant male of the troop, and then he will kind of have his foot soldiers around him, and they perform most of the protection within the troop as well. Hi Linda, yes, very much so. Baboons are very social, and they can form troops from up to about 25 to sometimes 250 I've been noted, but that might just be different troops that might join in at one time. But there are very large troops in this area, so this does look like a troop that probably has around 50 odd individuals at least loosely dispersed within the bush around us. Yes, they do congregate in high numbers, and they are very social. So a big activity of theirs is obviously grooming, and that cements social hierarchies as well as their social ties. And they will obviously have friends. They're very sentient animals, obviously very misunderstood in many areas. Highly intelligent as well. They also have some of the best eyesight. A baboon can actually make out a leopard in the bush just from the side, or just from the sight of its ear. So if it only notices an ear in the side of the bush, that baboon would be able to tell that that is a leopard, and that is because they have a 3D sight mechanism as well. So they are able to make it out because they can imprint the 3D-ness of that shape. So seeing something as small as an ear or an ear flicker of a leopard, they would be able to tell that that was a leopard there. And that is how good their eyesight is. They've obviously got like a binocular type of vision just because of the way their eyes are situated on their head as well. There's an example of some form of sociality going on. That young one and that other baboon over there, and it looks like a girl, but I can't tell properly with the camera pixelating a little bit. But that is an example of social interaction, and they are grooming there, checking for ticks. So I do just need to get a repeat there. My comms did break up. Of course, so yeah, definitely there are a lot of changes that might affect baboons' movement, and that could be down to weather or just seasonality. So if it was cold, they might hang a lot closer to their roosting sites as well, just because they might not want to be around that. So if it was rainy and cold, they'll probably hang around closer to their roosting sites, not forage as much. Otherwise, in winter when food becomes a little bit more scarce, so even like now, they might forage far greater distances as well. So that also comes down to which fruit trees might be fruiting at the time as well, and in the different seasons. So it is noted that different trees fruit at different times of the year as as they flower at different times of the year as well. So their diet will vary as well at different times in the year too, but they also pick up these skills of what they eat and how they forage a lot of the times from the males too. So it's crucial that when troops are, or when baboons are being managed in areas, that males aren't shot, because a lot of skills are actually transferred by the males down into the others and the young as well. So that could be things like techniques on finding or catching scorpions, for example, other insects that they might eat in the area, as well as different plants. So the males do transfer a lot of skills down as well. But obviously, as I said, a very controversial topic, and there are lots of areas in South Africa at least where there's a lot of controversial management of baboons. In particular in the Western Cape, along the peninsula, there are big issues down there all the time, and I do hope that those issues do get sorted and we find the correct way forward to ratify and to also just look after our natural heritage. But always good to watch baboons. Like elephants, they're always up to something. There's never a dull moment with them. I suppose even with mongoose too. So there's always something going on. And as you can see, these guys are just going to play around. Have a look, but it does look like they are seeking shade at the moment. I would also be. It's going to be very hot there in Mashatu. I would say probably at least 35 degrees. And 35 degrees might actually be cool, to be completely honest. It gets boiling there. So we might even see one or two go for a swim, although with the crocodile around, they will be quite nervous around the water source. Obviously far more crocodiles in the Limpopo and bigger ones. But if they do know, and they will know, I'm sure these baboon are very intelligent, that there is a crocodile here, so they will be very wary of that. But with that mud wallow that has been created, I'm sure that will allow a lot of other species to come through, possibly swim, cool down, and then obviously take some shade. Interesting to see how the little packets of them all around. So I don't want to zoom back out just because we've actually got quite a cool frame with them around here at the moment. You will see that they'll start to groom each other. Just relax. The young ones obviously will be playing. Nice bits of communication going on as well. There's clearly nothing dangerous around, otherwise we'd actually hear them barking. So that is purely endearment and them just chatting amongst themselves as well at the moment. There's always like a little murmur that goes on with baboon troops. You always hear someone has something to say, much like with humans. There's always someone that's got something to say. Really do love that sound. So as we mentioned earlier, today is World Animal Day, the 4th of October, and at Wild Earth we will be searching for our favorite animals and marking them off on a bingo board during the Sunset Safari. So today being the 4th, it is the 4th day of our competition, and it is fierce. So it has been Cedric who's won 2, and Tess has won 1, with Pridelands and Amakala and Madikwe still yet to feature on the victory board. However, that could all change this afternoon. There is a different bingo card every day, and they have to mark off the different animals on the card during that Sunset Safari. So who will be the naturalist that is crowned the bingo king or queen for today? Be sure not to miss out. It is going to be fun, and this is just before the AMA that will happen after that. So, wondering who you are rooting for? I don't have any clear favorite just yet. It will be interesting to see if Cedric can take a 3 out of 4, or if Chris might be able to do something. I know we've had some problems with Lauren in Madikwe, just not having enough feed. So maybe she'll also feature today too.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Always fun and games. Yeah, I'm going to try and zoom out a little bit and just see where some of the other or the rest of the troop might have got to. They clearly are going underneath the shade and trying to cool down a little bit, but there might be one or two at the water having a drink. Also just cool to see what else might have joined us at the water as well. I did see some warthog go through and they're probably wallowing as well. There's one drinking, so very typical of a baboon drinking is that they will almost crouch down and then pucker their lips right to the water. Have a sip and then bound off. But they are quite wary. Obviously there is a crocodile in here, but I do think where that one is drinking right now, it's probably be a more favored area just because it has become more of a wallow than anything else. And I don't think the croc is really going to be able to hide itself there too well. I'm going to zoom in there and we can actually watch the baboon drinking for a second. So I was trying to zoom in, but not working for me just yet. You can see the ostrich in the background, and they were running around and chasing each other. It looks like these two are the ones that have been going at it full tilt. You might see that just now. But I'm going to try and get some footage or content at least of these baboon drinking. Come on, zoom. As you can see, the warthog are also there, and the impalas come through. It seems to be all the action is right here, at least in Mashatu. Hi Rob. It is quite common to find ostrich alone, although they do form like loose associations, and that also is at different times of the year. So a male that might have just grown up and getting towards its sexual maturity, probably find that he will be alone, but it is safer obviously in numbers, so they will form little family groups. So we can see here there's like 1, 2, 4. And obviously this is probably getting towards breeding season anyway, so those males will start to compete with each other for pecking order with regards to breeding rights. So they will be in greater numbers right now in terms of like little gatherings of them, but you do often see them by themselves as well. Nice big dust storm, and that's obviously creating some havoc for those ostriches as well. It's not an uncommon sighting here in Mashatu. As it gets hotter and the wind and thermals start to pick up in the afternoon, in this arid landscape at least, those dust devils are quite prevalent. So you do see them a lot here. But we have made quite a bit of headway with regards to our species list today. We did get a glimpse of that Inyala and these baboons, so we're on about 11 out of 12. So we've stuck within our normal reaches. I'm hoping we can get one more and we hit 12 again for 3 days in a row. I'm not too sure if that'll happen just yet. There were some ground squirrels around, but I haven't been able to see them just yet. I have heard them calling, so I'm hoping that maybe one of those might pop out. It'll be something different for us to have a look at as well. But no hyena today either, so we will stick with our baboon. I'm going to try and have a look at them drinking. I'm hoping that my controls will give me a break here. But as we sit here and we leave these baboons to drink and take in some of that shade, it's time to go and check in on Rolf and what's going on in Kariega.
Yep, I am in Kariega and I'm at the Scotia Dam. As I said previously, just down from one of their lodges, the main lodge. And I'm also watching an ostrich, but I'm concentrating on the eland, which I find wonderful animals. They often remind me of Brahman cattle, cows. They do look quite similar. Obviously different horns and face and hooves, but just their body and their dewlap, very similar to Brahman cattle. See those ones on the left? There's quite a few in fantastic condition as well. Everybody doing a bit of grazing. The gusty wind still coming through as well. Seems like our impala rams calmed down. Everything seems a bit more calm now out here on the plain. Very clear dewlap, but the males have got much bigger ones than the females. Dewlap, that is. Continuous calling from the blacksmith lapwings and South African shell ducks. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be long we're going to see these ostriches nesting. I saw a male lying down earlier. I was hoping he was on a nest, but he got up and there weren't any eggs. So not yet. I haven't spotted any nests yet, but it's going to be any time. I'm going to come down here and find them sitting. A little bit of social contact between those two females. And obviously very different colors to what you would have been seeing in Mashatu, being very semi-arid. Here is nothing of the sort. Very green, lush, and the animals have it much easier here. Don't really need to go far at all to find their water and food. And you find there at Mashatu, they're probably going to walk massive distances to find the grazing and then go looking for water. Because around the water you very often find that it's been trampled and just lots of dust because of the concentration of animals that come around the waterholes there. But here around the waterholes in the Eastern Cape, mainly you just find that the grass is a lot shorter, but it's not dust like you find in Mashatu. So Ista, yeah, eland are one of the jumpers, so quite similar to kudu, and they can jump a 3-meter fence with a 2-step run-up. I've seen them do it. So I would say that because they're a much bigger, heavier animal, they're actually better jumpers than kudu are, who are renowned for jumping fences. So very, very good jumpers indeed. An animal that weighs sometimes over 800 kilograms and can jump 3 meters in height. I think it's probably about a 5 meter in length that they can jump as well. So 3 meters high, 5 meters long. It's incredible. They aren't very fast though as an antelope. They are pretty slow, in fact. And that's why when lions get onto them, they can really hit them hard, because they find out that they're pretty easy to catch. And then generally what eland would do naturally is move out of the area completely. So and that's what they would do in wilderness areas.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. Find out more on our website.
A couple of kudu that had a battle when I was at Djuma a few years ago, and it made me think. I haven't seen eland really fighting at all. It's not often that you get to see kudu bulls fighting. When they do, it is an almighty affair, and the one that I watched at Djuma was crazy. That was two very big bulls going at it, and the cracks from when they were smacking their horns together and barging into each other, it was incredible. But eland, other than small little sort of clash of horns, I haven't really seen them have full-on goes like that. They're more of a placid antelope, settle their differences a little bit softer. Some blesbok there in the background as well. They've been chasing each other around too, locking horns quite a bit. So don't forget, this is an interactive experience. Please send through your questions and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. Jump on board with us. Emerald spotted wood dove calling, and some frogs. I've seen some little tiny little froglets. I had to stop on the road and drive in and out of here because there's little hoppers jumping off in and around the road next to the waterhole here. Not quite sure what species they are. I think they might be grass frogs. Got to be careful at this time of year, especially around the rains. Lots of animals, small little creatures that are sometimes making their homes in puddles in the road, and you sometimes have terrapins, tortoises in the puddles themselves. So we always used to teach the students that when they drive through those puddles to take a particular speed, because then it creates a wave, and instead of squashing whatever's in the puddle, it literally just washes them out the side. And it's quite an art to get the right speed that it just pushes that wake in front of the tires. Otherwise you hear the terrible crunch of tortoises under the wheels, terrapins as well. So Luke, who's 10, thanks for your question, buddy. A zebra can run, it's probably at about 70 kilometers an hour, so between 60 and 70 kilometers an hour. They're quite fast, and their best defense is their kick. Their biggest predator is lions, but lions need to be very careful, because as they're running and the lions are chasing the zebra, which they can get up to high speeds, when the lion gets very close to them, they'll kick out the back like you see horses and donkeys do, but zebra have got an extremely strong kick. And if the lions are inexperienced and they go in too quickly for the zebra and they get that kick in the face, it can break their jaw or even their skull and will lead to them dying. So what you find is that once the lions get a bit more experienced, they wait for the kick. So they get in just close enough that the zebra kicks, and they back off slightly, and as the kick comes, they sort of move to the side, and then that's their chance to bring the zebra down. So it's almost just after the zebra kicks, that's the time to grab it, because it also loses its footing as it kicks out. So that's a good time for the lion to then grab. But if it times it wrong, it'll get that kick in the face. And then it can mean that the zebra gets 1 point and the lion gets 0. This zebra here in front seems to be hanging very low in the belly. I wonder if she is pregnant. See that? A little bit more rotund than usual. Just on the right, over there, that one behind Stompy. It's almost as if he knows I'm talking about her. She looks pregnant, I think. It's difficult to tell sometimes because the zebra are normally quite bloated anyway. And you can see she's got bigger white stripes than black stripes. The other ones have bigger black stripes than white stripes. So she's slightly different in her coloration. The special one. They are magnificent. Oh, zebra, I always like watching them. One of the best fly swat tails in the business, but I have to say, I think giraffe definitely take the cake. The best fly swats. And nose pickers. Buffalo are up there. But giraffe, I think, probably win that one too. So what they lack in courage, they make up for in fly swatting and nose picking. So Tony, gestation period of zebra, if I'm not mistaken, is 9 to 10 months. So it's quite long. It's not the same as the antelope, slightly longer. It is about 6 months. And then obviously the cats and predators, very short gestation period, about 3 months, because it's very difficult for them to carry the weight of the youngsters and be able to hunt. So that's why their babies are generally very vulnerable when they're first born, because they're not very well developed. But with antelope and zebra, their babies are a lot more developed, because they need to literally hit the ground running, because as soon as they're born, they're food. And if they can't run and they're not well developed, then it makes it even easier for the predators. If they can't run soon after birth, then they generally need to be hidden in like a burrow or a warren or something like that, where they can evade predators or at least stay out of the line of sight. But a lot of antelope also do stash their babies and move off and leave them and go off and feed, and then they return to those youngsters, who normally just stay very dead still. And I've often had a problem with people that have come across little babies, antelope, and say that they've been abandoned by the adults. Now this is a fallacy, because that's what they do, and the adults will return, but then people think they're going to help this little antelope by taking it home and feeding it, etc. And it's a big mistake, because that animal will most likely die without its mother. So if you come across an antelope, whether it's a little steenbok or a bushbuck or a nyala or any of those kind of antelope, in whatever area you might be in South Africa, here in the Eastern Cape it's quite a regular thing if you go walking a little bit more in the rural areas, but even on the outskirts of town, sometimes even inside town, you often find these little baby antelope in the thickets if you go venturing there, which I do, and just leave them alone. Now we are going to have a vehicle pass us, sorry about that. It's just one of the maintenance crew on their way through. Performing the very important work on the game reserve. Yeah, here's Stumpy. Kim, so zebra are bulk grazers. They aren't particularly fussy. They will feed on lots of different grasses. There's only certain ones that they won't eat. Everything else is game for zebra, and they're one of the animals, like I said a bit earlier, like warthogs, that can have quite a high impact on different areas, especially which are sensitive to overgrazing. And if left unchecked, they can turn an area into dust if there's too many of them and they feed too much on sensitive grasses. But like I say, they'll be feeding on pretty much all of this grass. They don't really eat the succulents too much. It's mainly here. There's quite dominant with Cynodon dactylon, or couch grass, which is a very palatable, highly nutritious grass as well. It's called couch grass because it makes a very soft mat, and when you lie on it, it does feel a little bit like you're lying on a couch, in amongst all the yellow button flowers. So our short-tailed zebra, most likely inflicted by another zebra. He had himself an afternoon chew. That must have hurt though, surely. So we've left Stompy and now we're just watching that female ostrich walk off. Well, they do live a good life here, but it's not really the best habitat for ostriches because it's a little bit too wet. Somewhere where it is excellent habitat for ostriches is Okukuyu in Etosha.
Ellies, and they are pretty much in the same area, although it looks like one or two have ventured into the water, so they're slowly waking up, getting out of that REM sleep zone. However, the one right in front of us seems to be enjoying a bit of a siesta. But what's also quite interesting to look at, and in particular with the bulls, you can actually notice the sizes of their heads. I'd like to chat a little bit about the size of Ellie heads now, because there's some interesting facts that go around Ellie heads. And Ellie heads can actually weigh up to about 400 kg. So with these big bulls, we are looking at that kind of weight range, so around 400 kgs. And we'll look at all the little specifics that go into that as well. So some of those big trunks, and you can see obviously that wide diameter base that's on that bull that's facing us right there. That wide base can lead to a trunk weighing up to about 110 kgs. So that is like a Springbok rugby player hanging off the front of your face the whole time. Probably not the best or most enjoyable thing to have, but obviously with 10,000 muscles in that trunk, it obviously is very dexterous, and that obviously shows how strong that trunk really is. We did chat about it the other day that the brains are obviously around 5 to 6.5 kgs. And that's a huge brain that is in that mammal. So it's actually the biggest brain that is in the mammal, or in a land traversing or terrestrial mammal. So obviously far heavier than ours. And that also links to many of the, I suppose, the myths or thoughts around elephant being so sentient and so clever. Obviously that's also why an elephant doesn't forget. If you had a brain that size, you probably also wouldn't forget. So just mulling that through my head, I'm trying to just gauge on a 5 kg or 5 to 6.5 kg brain and the size and what that actually means. When you wrap your head around it, that's actually quite something. It's actually quite special too. But even those ears, and they obviously perform quite a task for the elephant. They help regulate the elephant, and they help cool down their blood. So you can see that big bull there flapping its ears. That flapping of its ears is obviously helping to regulate and cool down its blood. And those ears can weigh up to 44 kgs. That's massive. So if you have a Springbok rugby player hanging off the front of you, that being your trunk, and then 44 kg ears, that's massive. And we're just talking about how the skull or the head of an Ellie is up to 400 kgs and the elements that make up those 400 kgs. So obviously there's the jaw and the tusks, and those tusks are obviously modified teeth, and those tusks can weigh up to at least 180 kgs. That's also with the skull and the jaw. So those are pretty sizable, and obviously in different areas different Ellies have bigger tusks, so that might lead to far heavier heads. And that's also why their shoulders and that are so much bigger as well, because you actually have to hold up that weight. So we note when we track Ellies that their pads are far bigger in diameter in the front and a little bit narrower in the back. So that is also because they carry a lot of that weight and their shoulders need to be able to hold up that weight. And the last little fact is that their tongues weigh around 14 kgs. So those are some of the elephants, I suppose, the specifications that make up an Ellie's head, just some of what goes into that mass of 400 kgs. Looks like they are slowly starting to stir. So it's interesting to see how relaxed these guys are, and obviously it is getting hotter and hotter, and we can assume that it's probably going to hit its maximum temperature at around 4 o'clock here, I would think. So normally between 3:30, 4:30 odd is when it gets the hottest in the bush, and that's just before the sun starts to set again. And that's obviously because the land has obviously got as hot throughout the day, and then it starts to cool off as the sun starts to set again. But that is always the peak and the hottest you'll ever feel when you're out in the wilderness. Is generally around that time in the day, and you really do feel it. You actually feel quite lethargic and tired then. It is almost near impossible to sleep though when it is reaching 42 to 38 degrees, I suppose. And I would assume it's around 40 degrees here today, and the real feel will probably be a bit more. But at that time in the day when it really and the air isn't moving, you'll know all about it. Thanks, Timothy, and please do let us know if you'd like to know anything else. Happy to share any information I might have, or I can always do some research and get back to you. But it's lovely to be able to share facts and knowledge with people that want to know about wildlife. Seems like quite a lot of the other animals are giving these Ellies their space. We did have huge numbers of zebra earlier, as well as the springbok as well, and we've had quite a diversity of them coming through today as well. So we had a lot of the black-faced impala, as I said, the zebra, the oryx as well, kudu and wildebeest today. So it's been quite a busy day so far. Haven't seen too many giraffe, although they were around very early this morning and we wouldn't have seen them then. But a very busy day here in Okaukuejo. Hi Amanda. So elephants use a number of different ways to communicate with each other. They will touch and smell each other as well as a form of communication, as well as they use a seismic form of communication with a low level bass that they actually feel through their feet and through their bones as well, and that is the longest form of communication. And there's obviously audible communication that we can hear, at least the seismic communication we can't actually hear. It is a very low level bass, so we don't hear that. But the audible ones, obviously the trumpet, the grumbles, and anything else that they might show or you might hear, that will definitely be that. And you can actually see these two Ellies that are resting against each other and leaning against each other. And that's probably because there aren't too many big trees around or boulders in that either, so they will use themselves as almost like a resting post, and lean up on each other and sleep as well. But what's very interesting with Ellies is that when you at least meet them as a human being, and if you do get the privilege to do that, them being so sentient, if you do ever meet them, they will bring their trunk right up to your face, and you actually have to blow down that trunk, and they basically smell your soul at the same time. And when they do that, they kind of suss whether you are a good or a bad person, or if they like or don't or dislike you. But that is definitely what they do, and it's quite a fascinating thing being smelt from your insides out by an elephant. So you literally breathe down their trunks, and that is almost like a greeting towards them. So you have to actually give a nice deep, long breath down their trunk, and they almost, as I said, sniff your soul and see if you're okay or not. And you'll know if you are okay or not with them. They will show their displeasure as well. But definitely these other two are just kind of leaning on each other and sleeping. And you can see just by their trunks being so dormant, just lying there and just resting. And then you can also just see the angle. It's almost like there's just, one's almost counterweighting each other basically. And sleeping there. There's that constant sound of the Cape crows around here as well. It's always quite eerie. I find the scene quite Martian-like. It does look like it's Mars just superimposed with wildlife. So the Ellies obviously you wouldn't find those on Mars, and obviously not the zebras or the springbok either. But it does look like quite a surreal scene. Definitely sci-fi. But I am just watching, just from this view at least, just seeing how these Ellies are interacting with each other itself, sleeping, drinking. It'll be one interesting just to track how long they actually hang around this afternoon. I know you guys won't be able to do that with me. However, I will keep a tab. They did hang around until about 3 yesterday, and then they kind of pushed off and the dam does empty out and other species and animals come through. These guys have kind of been very chilled with anything else wanting to drink as well, but you will notice that the other animals will kind of stay on the other side or other banks of the water and allow these Ellies their right of way. Got a nice congregation of bulls. That iconic braying sound of the zebra in the background as well. So Trishala, the koala from Guatemala down in Amakala, has a hippo for us. And we're off to go and see what that hippo is up to.
Thank you for sending us over to the hippos after spending all that marvelous time with the elephants at Okokoyo. I wonder if you can hear some red-winged starlings complaining in the background. But now, even though this little hippo looks like it's on its own, it is not. It is resting on the back of one of its parents. And really enjoying the sun, I think, this time, because even though the sun is out, the air is quite cold. And so if I were a baby hippo, which I resembled when I was a baby, I too would enjoy the sun, even if I knew I had to be in the water. So all three hippos are here. They're just submerging and coming back up, doing all the hippo-y things. I was really hoping that the buffalo that we saw earlier would make their way to this waterhole, and indeed they did. They just did so when we were at the secretary bird nest. Secretary bird nest. Yes, that was correct. I thought I said secretary nest bird. So the buffalo have come through, and hopefully they'll come through again in the evening, but they'll keep on moving, unlike these hippos, for which this waterhole is their territory. They'll only leave in the evening, go out to feed, and then come back, deposit all the nutrients from the bush, grass, all of that stuff back into the water and create this wonderful little ecosystem. There's a Nediki calling in the background as well. There we go. Oh, Jade, you say this baby hippo has grown up so fast? Don't they just? Especially in the first couple months of their existence, they can grow quite quickly. They'll be relying on mum's milk for most of their diet, and then you might even see them eating their mum's poop, or any other hippo that they're around, maybe dad's as well. And that's because they've got to start acquiring the gut bacteria that will help them to digest the cellulose that they will be eating as they start grazing. And then once that process has happened, and that sort of happens quite early on, this hippo would be past that process now. It would start to be moving along with mum and dad and grazing, but it won't be eating as much grass as it will be drinking milk. But they can put on weight rapidly. Oh my goodness. It's a Cape Longclaw. I really love this bird, but it's behind some wire, and I know BK, he won't put it on camera, but it's behind some wire. You just have to trust me. There's a Cape Longclaw, and I saw it.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
It looks like it's contemplating life just a little bit. But we were talking about nurseries and how this one doesn't have a nursery, but also doesn't need one because its parents are with it. But having a creche is a really beautiful scene. Lots of little hippos together, usually 1 or 2 adults tending to them. And they get to engage in play fights and do their territorial yawn practices with just their gums. It's a very, very cute sight. And it's also really good for their development. They play fight with each other. And so when you see a hippo like this, where it's just the one, he's kind of just got to learn to imitate its parents and learn from its parents. But I think there's a lot more enrichment in terms of their behavioral and social learning when they're in groups like creches, like the pod at Chitwa Chitwa and Djuma, or in the Sabi Sand. We're going to have to move on from this beautiful hippo in a bit. I promise you it's not alone, it's just that the 2 adults are underneath the water. Remember, this little one can't hold its breath as long as the adults can, so it's got to sit on its mom or dad's back. It can only hold its breath for about a minute. But it can suckle underwater, which is great. It's still going to be a while until it's weaned. Only about 6 to 8 months will it actually get weaned. Aww. Hi, Hannah. You're 10 years old. You'd like to know, will the parents always be around to protect this baby hippo? Unfortunately not. The parents will try their best to protect the hippo, but as soon as the hippo is mature enough, the hippo has to find its own life and move away from its family. So especially if it's a male hippo, if it's a male baby, he'll have to be pushed away and he'll have to find his own home somewhere else. But if it's a female, she'll be able to stay for a little bit longer. She might even stay in this area with her mom and dad for her whole life. But don't you worry, Hannah. The little baby hippo will grow up and be able to protect itself very, very well. There'll be no issues there. Hippos are very, very good at protecting themselves. They have sharp tusks. And they have huge bodies. And of course, they're in the water. So they'll be able to sort themselves out. So don't you worry. Now I know that we have some very playful hippos at Djuma, and Alex is on the Djuma Dam Cam, so why don't you go have a look and see if Dew is there, whether he's playing with his stick.
Having a look, and it does look like most of the cloud cover has vacated or basically been burnt off, so we're going to just have a zoom in, and my idea was just to come and have a look what was happening here in Djuma. We have spent quite a bit of time around everywhere else, although it is quite windy. But there is the world famous Djumi. We haven't seen his girlfriend or the calf just yet, so I was hoping we would try and get that. But obviously with this wind picking up, that might also be a factor that might lead us not to seeing too much. We will keep an eye out and we'll have a look and see what else is around the dam. Just because it's quite cool just to make sure that we have diversified and we have given ourselves the best shot at keeping our mammal species list up, at least for today. Can hear the starlings in the background, and the oxpecker as well, so there could very well be something around. Oxpeckers are generally an indication that there is something big around, and when we are walking in the bush, we do use that as a precursor or as a warning sign, just to note that there might be something that could be something to take note of, that might be up in the bush in front of you. So that could be buffalo, elephant, rhino, anything that might be able to put a hole in someone and that you might need to climb a tree with. But here we go, here is our Inyala, and I was hoping to chat about the Inyala earlier, and this does bring our list to a good old 12, and there's the female as well, and this is perfect because this is exactly what I wanted to chat about just now. So with regards to the Inyala, they are the most sexually dimorphic. That sexual dimorphism basically means that their colorations differ so widely, and they are the most sexually dimorphic antelope in the world. So you can see there the difference between them. That male is very dark. I'm actually going to zoom in a bit, and has those very light fawn stockings, and the beard and mane, and his horns obviously, and the female almost has like a war paint on her reddish coat, and that obviously shows the vast difference in between the two. She's also quite a lot smaller. But those are the characteristics of the male and the female Inyala. And what is interesting is that those male Inyala will sometimes actually go into the mud, and actually they kind of rub their heads and horns into the mud, and you will often see them with some caked mud on their horns, obviously depending on how close they are to water at the time. But they aren't generally too far from water anyway. They like this very thick ravine and drainage line, as well as access to water. It's very pertinent for them. And what we did mention earlier is that there actually is a bit of competition between them and bushbuck. So when these are around, there are very often not many bushbuck around, because they compete on the same level and they actually go after the same types of food. So the same vegetation and along the same kind of browsing lines as well, and obviously they wouldn't be as tall or as big as the males, but specifically the females and the young, and the Inyala will push them out. It looks like we've got some form of interesting behavior going on here. And they do breed all year round. There isn't a fixed breeding time for them. Obviously they will try and drop again in summer when food is more plentiful, but being browsers, there is a bit more food for them, specifically in this area. Again, you can hear that red-billed oxpecker as well. Lovely, lovely male bull Inyala. Just great to see the two of them just relaxing like this, and something different for us to see. So I was hoping for something different, and we did get it, and we took ourselves up to 12. Yet to be able to improve on that just yet, but we can only try. And I can also hear a lilac-breasted roller there. So a very pretty bird, but with one of the ugliest sounds. And those birds that were coming to try and land on the Inyala there were the oxpeckers. But you can quite clearly hear the lilac-breasted roller as well. Hi Eddie, that's a very good question you have there for me, and to some degree they would be picky, I suppose, if they are predominantly browsers. But we have seen them eating fresh new shoots of grass as well, and that would be around the waterholes too. So obviously if there was almost a lack of abundance of the most favored browsing fodder, they would obviously take some of that fresh new green shoot. It would be nice and sweet and tasty for them. And they will also take fruit. They're not the pickiest of eaters, but they will obviously focus on browsing. But fruit that do drop, they will definitely have that as well. But nice to see this interaction that's going on here as well. As well as the different bird sounds we haven't heard this morning. So some quite social behavior going on here right now. Almost seems like this Inyala has a growth on its stomach there. If you can all see that, I think I am correct. It looks like a growth that has been formed there, and I'm not too sure what that might be from. Let's just try and have a look, but that is definitely a growth. more than likely a cyst, I would think. You can see over there it doesn't have a growth on that side, but definitely on its left hand flank there is a growth. You can also hear a black-headed oriole there. The oxpecker and the blacksmith lapwing. There we go, we've got a perfect example of that growth. And it's possibly a cyst, maybe from an altercation with another Inyala. Might have caught a horn there and that might have got infected. But as I said, that is purely speculation from my point right now, or at least from my end. Something to notice. Probably something to watch. So we will keep an eye out. So this is obviously quite a distinguishing identification. So for this ram or this bull. So anytime we do see him, we will keep a note. You can see how shaggy that mane and beard is on him. Probably more of a hipster type antelope than anything else, just with that shaped beard and mane and the stockings. One or two of those guys hanging around Williamsburg in New York. So we are just going to just track these guys. It looks like there is a bit of interaction going on between the two of them. I haven't seen him Flemish grimacing just yet. He's definitely showing interest in this female. So who knows, maybe we'll get lucky. Can also hear that red-faced testicular again. We're just going to hang here and watch this interaction go down. It's very interesting. Seems to almost be priming this ewe, but I'm not too sure. But definitely signs of endearment. Hi Ben. Can't tell you just offhand, just because I'm not too sure how long it's been going on for, and I would be thumb sucking just yet because I don't know how receptive this ewe is. I've obviously just only seen this, but as soon as she was receptive to his moves, it obviously would then, the courtship would then obviously be fulfilled. So I do just want to check for you. As I said, I haven't seen this whole thing go down just yet. So I do just want to check as well. But I'm assuming, like with all antelope, it might take a day. It could take a couple of hours. It really does depend on how receptive she is and how long she's been in the area as well. We are just going to try and track back to her. I don't know where they have run off to just yet. Here we go. Here she is. And there he is. So we'll just watch her again and just see what is going on. And I will try and get you more of a rounded figure than that. But as I said, it will be quite tough to tell, just at least with these guys. I'm not too sure who's come into the area, how long she might have been receptive for. Yeah, so that was exactly kind of my thinking, was that it might take up to about 2 days. And the females are actually only receptive for mating around 6 hours per cycle. You can hear a golden-tailed woodpecker, that loud shriek, that is a golden-tailed woodpecker that's around in the area as well. Always cool to note the different birds and the different species that are around on each of the different dams. So where we can ID them, we definitely will. But yeah, so the courtship should take around 2 days, and she will generally only be receptive for around 6 hours per cycle. And her estrus cycle can last around 19 days long. So obviously they do have to meet up, and then obviously he has to work his magic so that she will be receptive to him. But he does have this growth on him, and we will keep an eye out for him as we view, just to note that he is around, and even just check to see, you know, what his condition is like, if it deteriorates at all. Obviously there wouldn't be any interference. The bush is generally meant to be left alone, and that is also part of the natural cycle of selection as well. So we don't like to interfere where we don't have to. Obviously that does depend on the species. So if it's an endangered species, we wouldn't interfere. Hi Rager, yes, he is far bigger than her. And you can obviously see it when the two of them are in frame, how much bigger than her she is. Or he is, sorry. She looks to be in very good condition as well. But yeah, we are puzzled as to why that growth is there, or how it was formed, what it may be. But let's see, it seems that they aren't. Well, no, we'll just watch and see for now. And there are some others, so we'll kind of zoom into them. It's another young male, and you can start to see that sexual dimorphism starting to take place there with him. Zoom in here now again as well. So there's an example of that sexual dimorphism starting to happen. So that young male, you can see coming from his reddish coat out and getting grey and starting to develop that mane, as well as the stockings too, and his horn starting to grow. So it'll take about 4 to 5 years for a male to get into sexual reproduction. So starting to get into his maturity, and the female's obviously far shorter than that. It's about, I think, a 2 to 3 year cycle for them before they can have their first lambs. And in Inyala, probably the bigger antelope that will have a lamb. The rest will then be calves from there. So we did note that it is generally an antelope that is 100 kgs or more. That then we start to classify them as calves, and an antelope that is 100 kgs or less, so less than 100 kgs, then we call them lambs. So it is an impala lamb, not an impala calf, and that's also because of the size difference. The males do get far bigger, so up to about 140 kgs, but the females are far lighter, and I think that is why we call them lambs. But good to be able to get clarification and confirmation on what we were talking about with regards to the ID of them.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
So there is Dewey. I'm just trying to find and see if we can't find the Egyptian geese or goose family. Doesn't seem like they're around currently. Might be a bit too windy for them. Otherwise, I will just track back and have a look at those Inyala while they are around. But it's been a very, very, very good time on Escape to Nature. Ooh, and those look like some Indian miners, which shouldn't be in the area. These are obviously introduced and illegal aliens, effectively. So it is probably a worrying thing that they are in a reserve like this. Maybe good to chat about that as well. So these are obviously starting to disperse from more urban areas where they have started to gain a greater foothold. It's something we wouldn't want to have gaining a foothold in these reserves because they might compete with local birds and endemic birds. So definitely not something we would like to have around. So this might pose an issue, and I'm sure the ecologists that are around and those managing this would definitely be thinking about some form of measure to have these guys taken away, just because they might compete with other local birds that are actually found here, and they would like to preserve the local integrity of wildlife and bird life as well. But I am not the ecologist on the ground, so I can't say just yet, but definitely a thought that I know that would be going through a number of other ecologists in other areas around as well. But let's just have a look. I was hoping to try and get a tree squirrel as well. Just get away from there. But unfortunately we are not getting any luck with that. I think the wind again is playing up for us. So we're going to try and find these Inyala, and we'll just try and spend some time with them. Otherwise we'll see if Dewey wants to play ball with us, but it looks like he's also just taking a break. And it does look like the Inyala have kind of left us and gone over. Hi Pam, my favorite bird definitely has to be a bird of prey. Or at least my favorite bird of prey is the crowned eagle. And I would think with regards to other birds, I suppose I kind of have favorites from the different families. So different parrots, I've got different parrots that I love. Quite a broad question. I do love birds, so I'm a big fan of many of them. But definitely my favorite bird of prey is the crowned eagle. I really, really do enjoy that bird. And parrots, I love parrots as well. I love the Turacos too. They're also fascinating. Certain bush shrikes as well. Some of the sunbirds, bee eaters. So I hope that does give you an idea. I know it's broad, but yeah, I do have quite a number of different birds that I'm very fond of. You can hear the cicadas starting to come out. So as we get into summer, these will start to make more noise. And can actually be quite jarring actually when you are listening to them, specifically in this area, and as it gets hotter as well. There are some cicadas out there that actually stay underground, the nymphs at least, for up to 30 years, more so in North America, but these guys have a life cycle, I think, of around 5 to 7. I stand to be corrected. I must actually look up again on that. But cicadas have some of the longest lifespan cycles, so 30 years underground in some parts, and they can be quite huge as well. It's one of the last things you want to get struck with in the face when you are on a drive on a vehicle, because they fly at quite a pace. I have had one or two friends, specifically when we were training, one actually got hit in the eye with one. There was a loud squeal when that did happen. And you can actually hear it was quite a solid thud. As I said, they are pretty big, pretty hardy. That also squealed as well as my friend. I found it pretty entertaining at the time, just because, how often or how rare is it to have someone get struck in the eye by a cicada? But definitely not fun, and I would not like to hang around and get hit in the eye by a cicada on drive. But there are the Inyala. As I said, they've gone into this drainage line. It is starting to get hotter. Just through that quarry bush down there. That's where they are. I'm going to come out a bit just because the camera is a bit unstable with this wind. we'll just watch these Inyala to see how quickly they evaporate almost into the bush. They'll just disappear and we won't even know that they were there. Just a reminder to everyone, today is World Animal Day, and at Wild Earth we will be celebrating all animals, big and small, and we are hosting an Ask Me Anything on World Animal Day, which is today, as I said. And this is an Ask Me Anything, and that is tonight at 20 to 8, so 7:40 p.m. CAT after Animal Bingo, which is on Sunset Safari. But please do also stay tuned. Just now it is Penguin Beach. Something different other than the bushveld, and something great to watch. But it's been a great day and great morning with everyone. I've loved enjoying it. Well, I've loved having such a good time with you and showing you all the different wildlife, and I'm sure Trish as well as Ralph have also. But once again, thank you for joining us. Do stay tuned for Penguin Beach, which is coming up shortly.
Good